Interesting. Interesting. Lastly, plan to enable private leagues when 0.20H releases using the Excel 1 website for now. No extra mods available, but expanding functionality. Wanted to give the ability to create private leagues sooner than later for those who want to start in a fresh economy with themselves or with friends. Masters of Ceremony War Bonds. Interesting. Amendment. Saber. One True Frag Stratagem. Sample Scanner. Pyrotech Throwable. Apparently they're celebrating the Kill Air version 0.2. We got a new radio track. Standby for mobile. Limited time wish prize pools. Reruns of the Lightforge crates for past seasons. Literally got stands. Epic Plus Shop Material Pack for houses. New fashion dyes. Future shop arrivals. With new outposts. Fashion. Guns. Wilderness opportunities. Oh, nice. Teleport to a securement cell or dungeon after clearing on any difficulty. No one lets the teleport teacher upon the clearing any scenario dungeon for the first time. Those that cleared before the update can unlock it by clearing any dungeon again. So, easy increase. Auto fire delay, multiple setting after you enter a target. Optimize nearby channel for communicating with other players in the same PCE. Visible to each other on nearby players. Excludes 4-person dungeons such as silos, monoliths, and research labs. Badges obtained through Meta Bounty and Starfire Journey. Now supports cross-character sharing. Based. Very based. Very nice. Very, very nice. Easy free top clear. Easy free top clear. Alright. So many good games are coming out this year. So many games have already come out this year and are already good. Good games come out every year. Having the time to play that matters. Frozen pieces. live on Twitter, live on Twitch. Now we are. Alright, can I get this completed? Can I get this completed before 5? That's the real question. I have been mostly playing this game on what it considers to have as a hard difficulty. Last thing I did is I bought those weapons.
Does it bother you that you are shorter than most heroes?
It was Planet Roxon that was next. Yeah. Because I don't think I was allowed to do the stretch challenge.
On the beautiful Blargian homeworld of Arxon, overlooking a massive raritanium mining facility. Each week, challengers navigate their way through the facility with one goal in mind: destroy it! Dreadzone would like to thank the generous people of planet Arxon for, donating a new mining facility every week.
I'm out.
Sir, permission to speak freely? This place stinks.
True. Right, morphing. Morphing enemies into highly explosive farm animals. Fusing ionized Heisenberg improbability particles into each animal round. Massive improbability field on impact, frequently an effect of turning a target into a pig. Animals may vary due to the unpredictability of quantum science. What will that go good on?
Ratchet, you have a choice of 2 different paths. I'm afraid each one is equally dangerous.
Ew, they went left. Bad decision.
Yes, sir! Cover me, I'm going in!
furry sucker out of his misery. We're halfway through, and I don't know about you, but I am ready for some more carnage.
The fact that that does not obey the rules of strafing is kind of annoying. Example A.
Run, Ratchet, run! Don't go anywhere. They've only got one force field left. No problem.
Cutscene straight out of Metroid.
In Stage 2, our contestant must boost his way up to the second tier and capture 6 control nodes.
Fusion rifles are a good long-range weapon which can be zoomed in to accurately shoot enemies from far away. Try using the fusion rifle to destroy those enemies.
And Team Darkstar has taken the first node. Oh, they really did some damage. Not. Kill me.
Not if I kill you first.
You know, Juanita, there's no need to get personal, huh? We're both professionals.
That sucked.
Oops, one of his bots just went down. Oh, too bad it was the cute one too.
He doesn't go down from fucking 4 shots? Are you serious? That sucks!
Things getting itchy.
That's a little slow. How many shots? 1.
There goes no
2.
number 2.
3, 4, 5 shots. Really? 5 shots. It has that much power and it takes 5 shots. Disappointed. Burnt me in my ass and that hurt. He burnt me in my ass. That hurt. Burnt me in my ass. It fucking hurt. Why are they still dropping turrets on me? All shield launcher is getting a workout. Three shots for the Arbiter. I died again. Camera's getting funky in the corner.
Node number 4. Wow, this action is hot. Down. One thing about Ratchet, you give him any lip and he'll feed you a lead sandwich. You better believe that, Juanita.
Ow. Ow.
giant exploding drill was neat. Who would have thought the highly toxic drill fuel would leak out the back of the factory, endangering countless lives? I did.
Darren Horse, the man that you are with the voice that you have.
Update. Red Zone fans are getting quite a nose full of toxic vapors. Talk about allergies. Better hurry, Team Darkstar. That toxic fuel is causing quite a stink on the other side of that factory.
Ratchet, you will have to enter the factory and disable the force fields to get to the other side.
Showtime!
I'll hack these orbs while you hold them up, sir.
Oh no, I can't bear to look.
Yes, I can.
This match on ice, ladies and gentlemen. The juice is cold, and the generic Brand X gelatin is definitely jiggling.
Oh, room for finger gaming. Although it feels weird to do it like this. Hack it, please. Hack it, please. Not bad.
Oh my goodness, look at that! Hundreds of Dread Zone fans on the verge of obliteration. I can barely watch. What can Ratchet do to avert this disaster?
Now, this is a soundtrack.
Those anchors are pure rarity. We'll need the Landstalker's firepower to break.
What's the point of having enemies in that corner if they're not hiding anything there?
I tell you, nothing gets an audience's attention like the certain knowledge that they're all about to die. What a finish! That little Lombax never ceases to amaze me.
Crusader tournament.
You have qualified for the Crusader tournament.
Swarm in the gauntlet. High scoring target shooting with the Landstalker. Let's start with the second first.
It's time to play Blargian Turkey Shoot. This challenge tests our contestants' speed and accuracy. Time, Juanita. Let's just pray we don't have any more wardrobe malfunctions.
I'm gonna die! Kaboom!
is in rare form tonight.
Fuck that. That's just not fair. That's too many targets at once. That's way too many targets at once. I feel like I want to skip it. Yeah, I'm going to skip it. I don't think I'm going to be able to have the patience to do it.
Dreams come bigger than life, and passions run wild in the streets. Baby,
I'm not your baby.
One psychotic killing machine dared to reach for the stars. This holiday season, Vox Entertainment brings you the heartwarming true story of one exterminator's rise to glory. From lowly beginnings as a high school math teacher.
But baby, I'm giving these kids the gift of learning.
You're pathetic. Get out of my sight.
To spectacular success as a homicidal sports superstar.
We're rich. I love you, Reactor. I was always there for you.
Share the dream. Live the legend of Reactor.
Literally the vision behind Vought Entertainment and the boys right there. I wonder, was Garth Ennis a fan? You can always claim yes, and he'll probably not know what the fuck it is. He usually doesn't know anything. Man's full of so much myopathy, he actually makes George R. R. Martin and fucking... well, most celebrities fucking angry. Another wrench upgrade?
Oh, you're busy with the fighting and the jumping and the hurting, but I have a new bot upgrade for you.
What do you have? You have the shield link. You also have the local warrior. Okay. See shield link.
Okay.
right, Dread Zone fans, prepare for the ultimate showdown as Team Darkstar fights their way through the Crusader tournament and a chance to take on All-Star Exterminator
Interesting.
Reactor. Tonight on
5-1.
what happens when we force the criminally insane to use strategy and planning? Let's test this Lombax's puny mental metal by taking away everything but free-placed mines.
Ankle biters.
Ratchet, there are additional gadgets.
It's kind of hard for me to use additional gadgets, Clank, if they took away everything but the Hunter Miner launcher.
I mean by gratuitous violence, Juanita. I'm gonna call my kids and tell them to stop watching just as soon as I have kids.
Again? Really? That fast? Very nice. This truck is actually extremely powerful on that.
This time, Ratchet is utterly doomed. We've wired his Dread Zone collar to 4 control nodes placed throughout the arena. If he can't stop their countdown in time, the whole...
Very nice.
audience gets a fresh serving of Lombax pate.
You should check out the Shield Link feature. Just press the right directional button to have one bot create a shield around the other one.
Really? Ow. Ow.
Ratchet can take a licking, but he won't keep ticking.
Now, then max nanotech is actually going to heal.
Time is halfway up. He's dragging his butt out there, Juanita. Looks like we might have another popper on our hands.
Oh, I This time I brought a shower cap.
It's
Damn,
just
that's
like being in
wild.
the front
That's
row of the
wild.
whole world. You're guaranteed to get wet.
I'm not fucking with that. And we're in there. Whew.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's Reactor!
Ratchet, you look like a squirrel wrapped in tinfoil. I'm gonna take my time taking you apart. Gonna give my fans their money's worth. And try not to go crying or anything, all right? I want this to look good for the camera.
Bring it.
I'm gonna smack that stupid look off your face. This
Ow, you punched me.
is my house. I'm gonna put you in a world of hurt.
No healing. Fucked over my weapon. Fuck!
I'm gonna smack that stupid look off your face.
Very nice.
Ta-da! How you like me now? I'm gonna put you in a world of hurt.
Unironically, that was extremely stupid and poorly planned. I should not be allowed to be that close to him like that using the shield gun, and the shield gun be that god amazing. But you know what? It works. And that's all we care about. That's all we care about.
Please welcome our new Crusader.
I got a color change. I like the other colors better. Yes. Right. This is more expensive. This. I'll give him this. Why not? I have to do the planetary transport, and I'm pretty sure I have to go back to Roxon because I need those points. This is one of those moments where it's like the design of Assassin's Creed 2 Brotherhood, and that is unavoidable and sucks. Let's do the gauntlet first, so we know, because we know I'm struggling with the Blarg. Truly a poor oversight. Or whoever designed that challenge, I specifically want to pop your face like a zit. Hello, Alex. I didn't have a problem with the boss fight. I just found it annoying. Now, as for the challenge that I just skipped over the challenge that I took this time, that particular challenge in question,
We've added a special twist
very
to
hard.
the assault mode. Our contestant will only have access to weapons placed in the battle course. Good luck.
Ow. Ow! That is literally a screen visibility problem.
Ratchet has reached the halfway point. He's really tearing it up out there, folks. Whoa! This announcer is impressed.
Let's go here. There we are. And now this fucking thing. I do not like that this is controlled shooting. What I really don't like the fact that they put way too many enemies on the path. When those enemies have just a little bit too much health, that disrupted lock-ons basically puts you at a disadvantage. just taking way too much damage. And unfairly so.
I wonder if the Landstalkers stick or auto.
Oh, come on! Will somebody just kill this little runt already?
They're just merciless with the enemy spawns. I'd like to think part of the challenge is supposed to be prioritization between safety and score, but the sheer fact of the matter is they have way too much HP. And the lock-on does not lock on fast enough to acquire the targets fast enough. Some groupings like that are fair to play against. Which, if the design is be prepared, know that they're coming, that's one thing. But the sheer fact of the matter is that some of these enemies require 2 volleys to fully kill, including the axe thrower. I don't know what its official name is. It's going by what it is. The axe thrower. Giant axe, he creates an energy bolt, throws it at you. Axe thrower. They don't go down fast enough.
And see how well our contestants did.
Okay. Like, it's very clear that this one was put together with not a lot of thought, but just with the bare minimum to make it possible. Maybe a couple of playthroughs in playtest, but that did not feel fair whatsoever. Of course, it has an absurd number of dread points packed into it because they intend on you to do every single challenge equally, so that you can then acquire the maximum amount of points possible to forward. But it's like, not good. It's not good. It's not a good challenge. It's not even tedium. It'd be one thing if it's allowed and I'm the one moving around the point, but you control it for me, which means you put it on rails, so you have to design it the same way that you can design House of the Dead or any other on-rail shooter. Definitely not a thing that you ever did in Ratchet and Clank.
This famous space beacon was purchased several years ago by Gleeman Vox. Now, instead of guiding ships through deadly asteroids, it's the centerpiece of Dreadzone's hottest new battle course. And just for fun, we've gone ahead and turned the beacon off. Can Team Darkstar turn it back on, or will hundreds of ships crash blindly into the asteroids? Either way, it's gonna be a great show!
That just sounds fucking evil. We now need a lot of money. I think remember letting the full salvo target anything with single target bursts. There are certain situations where you can hover away from the target I'm able to control your engagements thusly. It feels like very much not the case. Mini canning then, my beloved. Ow! RC3 moment.
We used to have these back home.
Whee! Not even concerned with aiming with the flare anymore. I'm just spraying and playing from behind the shield. Fuck everything in that general direction.
Oh, this guy should have his own fitness machine, his own shoes, his own fat-burning barbecue.
You shot me from behind. Ah. I thought that was my bot. No bullets. Now this fusion rifle is a lot easier to be able to hip fire, but only just.
I'm not gonna make it. Tell QA 900 I love her. There's a hopper ship in that hangar.
Ow.
This guy, sir. Hey, Green. Watch and learn.
This hollow shield launcher is just eating bullets and receiving experience like it's nothing.
node opens the hangar doors. Let's crank it.
We
Our contestant will have to
Don
clear
Bluth
the area
reference.
of all enemies before he can land.
Have fun with that.
Ratchet, is this a bad time? I can't find my Captain Port Peerless shampoo and conditioner. And I believe you were the last one to use it.
Please reserve this line for important communication. Besides, you are supposed to be working on the Deadlocked collar override.
Yeah.
Why are you talking about it so openly? One definite thing that's bad about this game is that the level of quips definitely go to the assistant bots, and they only are effective because you spend so much time with them, and they've cut out pretty much every single other character that a gag could be played off of, with the exception of the commercials, which serve as the through-between for the idea of whatever ontological inertia of a plot's happening, and the fact that Clank and Al are not funny together as a duo. Like, I want to listen to them to hear what they say, and I want to listen to them to ensure that I'm not missing some key details or hints or advice that would be useful, but unfortunately, they are also just fucking annoying. Al is supposed to be funny in the Steve Urkel kind of way, but the problem is that his running gag joke as a tech character doesn't really exist. That's why they gave him a brother and a sister. But like Anakvaris and Alex mentioned, they fucking retcon the shit out of those two. So then he just gets conglomerized as the tech guy, despite being one of a handful. I guess you could probably knock it off as saying that their upgrades that they gave to Clank in Ratchet and Clank 1 were meant to be illegal upgrades given to a particular bot that was designed to be an attack service dog. But at the same time, he's just not funny. Most of his gags are not funny. They are annoying. When you make a nerd character, when you make a Poindexter character, they're not meant to be the person that you follow as the protagonist or duragonist in the story outside of comic relief. But he was balanced in the fact that he provided a certain type of nerdiness, a la the case of putting him and Skid Marks together as characters they chose to pull together for the Q-Force. Helga doesn't have a character outside of her own, other than woman doing German stereotypical Bratwurst Oktoberfest accent, and with an air of sexuality, because the people who watch and also make the content that they're watching were risque in nature. But that's pretty much every single portrayal of every German and or Danish and or just European character with that accent in general, especially if you choose to make them overweight. Close enough. Let's play the game of DEI, chat. That's close enough, right? Then you have Al as the fat, stereotypical Poindexter. Need you do more? I don't know. Make him black and have suspenders and make him say, "Did I do that?" Then you have Skid McMarks, the stereotypical, because it's usually seen as a white sport, white-coated skateboarder, who is just a BMX, X Games, extreme dude. Make him a coward, because of course. Make him a glory hound, because of course. Then you bring in characters like Sasha. I'm going to call her Sasha Phoenix, because I don't care about what the character's name actually is, because it's close enough to Sasha Fierce. Sasha Phoenix and her dad. One is obviously a Clinton parody. The other one is just the president's daughter. She's a female. And as a female, she's supposed to be a female that apparently reciprocates the attraction that Ratchet randomly has for her out of nowhere. Because Ratchet's basically an incel who's just lived on a planet in a cave, or technically out of a garage, fixing up his starship with dreams and hopes that one day a country bumpkin like me can be able to go around the stars as a Lombax. And all of a sudden, he's a fucking hero, and the motherfucker does not know how to talk to women. Despite nothing in the second game giving any kind of intonation that he would be hard of talking with women. Because he talked to Sasha fine, but perhaps it was because it was working capacity, and he didn't necessarily find himself attracted to Angela. But all of a sudden, he's all the fuck over Sasha Phoenix? That's weird. That's inconsistent. And I include him in that dissertation because he's a part of that team. They're all collectively supposed to be a bunch of stereotypes or written characters that flesh out and add to the bunch. Then, of course, you have Quark. We've talked enough about Quark's character. Not necessary. The monkey is just there as a side gag character. The same way that you have Ratchet and Clank, you have Quark and Monkey. The same way that you can have the Agent Monkey, or you can have Monkey and Agent Honeydew. But if you remove them from that pack, for whatever concern they're supposed to have that gives them a level of importance, he is effectively the tech aficionado. And as a tech aficionado, things are supposed to not be a difficulty to him. After all, yes, a high-bit processing encryption. This is finally a test of my skills. And yet, the actual dissertation of the character is that he's basically just a fat comic nerd. Okay, a fat comic nerd who has a lot of super intelligence, probably has no inner rich life, and a robot are stranded with another hero being forced to participate as the pit crew for what is effectively Formula One death racing, or Formula One arena pit fighting. And his calm communications when he's talking to other people is, "Did you misplace my Head and Shoulders Quark fucking shampoo? I need that, you know. I have a condition." For sake of argument, let's replace Clank and Al with Carl and Sheen. "Jimmy, have you seen my shampoo? It has llamas on it, and I get scared when I don't have it in the shower." "Oh, shut up, Carl! You don't need that. You need my Ultralord. You need my Ultralord 5-in-1. My shampoo, body wash, car wax, and dog food's fine. It's ultra-tastic!" Gag characters are supposed to play off of each other. You took Clank away from Ratchet, it's Ratchet Deadlock. Therefore, Clank is now a de facto Daxter, but a robot. Let's say you take the character of Seamus from Jak and Daxter, or even Kira from Jak and Daxter, whoever you want to fit in the position of being a smart person. The back and forth quips are everything. Ratchet and Clank is nothing but humor witty commentary and social commentary about the trends of the times. Clearly, that has to be the case, because not only has it been referenced once, it's been referenced twice with things like Girls Gone Wild. And you're telling me that the best character dialogue that you can give me in the middle of a mission, with missions like this, in what is effectively a glorified personal in-house asset flip, is that. Darren can only do so much, and the voice actress he's working off of for Juanita can only do so much. That's a duo in and of itself right there, and they're with us for the majority of the game. You're telling me that the pit crew for the Kiro, his entourage, that he's had for technically 2 games now, considering he was abducted in medias res in this story, and they're with him towards the end as they watch the Secret Agent Clink movie that Ratchet got fired from. You're telling me that the best dialogue you can give them is that? And yet, the majority of the dialogue of the other duo in the game, the 2 robots that you were just given in this game, have better dialogue blurbs. Technically called barks. Have better dialogue blarks. Lidocaine, stop it. It's already hard enough to talk with this French mouth. You're telling me that the 2 Abbott and Costello members that you put in the form of my robot assistants have better dialogue barks than the 2 characters that's supposed to have years of relationship to each other and should have natural dialogue to play off the 2. Since both are smart, which means both can relate to each other in some type of way, where technobabble should be replaceable with whatever speak you decide to give them. This is a wholesaling failure of the writing staff. 100%.
Does this thing have airbags? Please tell me it has airbags.
Perfect case example. Truly. Familiarity can breed contempt, but this is a level beyond annoying. I'll tell you what. Ow. Ow.
And that Lombax is terminating with extreme prejudice. It's a good thing we're out of range, Juanita. We are out of range, aren't we?
Sometimes I wish that a lot of my complaints were just me nitpicking and mostly yapping, but as I've started doing more TV shows and reviews for movies, I start noticing really annoying dialogue tricks that are very lazy tropes. And it slowly pisses me off when I see people capable of greatness play under their hand. While this game is my favorite in the franchise, that doesn't mean that it doesn't have its problems. And the problems that I perceive that it has worse than others, this is probably some of the most annoying ones. Because without fear, difficulty, and challenge, you're basically playing a video game out of objective and out of obligation to the completion of having finished something that you started. And if the game can't entertain me while you're doing it, well, it's just like the conversation we had last night during Path of Exile for the near whole 12-hour stream, as I built together the character and got it out of first half campaign, which is when you have all of that be the perspective that you're coming from the content with. You're pretty much putting a lot of trust and a lot of faith in the game to give you something to chew on And I can't chew on a bone. I already got fucked up teeth to begin with. Metaphorically speaking. And a little bit literally.
Wow, the little guy pulled it off again. And here I thought we were looking at a half day, Juanita.
Like, the way that Darren Norris and... I'm gonna look your name up. The way that Darren Norris and Nikita Futterman are killing it in the department of just selling the characters. The way that Michael Bell, as Gleeman Vox, is selling the characters. Even in the same way how, for his short level appearance that he appears in here, Armin Shimmerman sells Nocturne Nefarious. Some character actors like Jim Ward and Andre Sagluzio are selling characters like Shell Shocked and Ace Hardlight, or any character that's really out there. Or Travis Davis as the voice of Green, and whoever else here is the voice of Big. The fact that they are doing it in this way, and they can't give you better than this, is so fucking underwhelming. So underwhelming. Hey. That's just me yapping, boys.
In Stage 3, Ratchet's objective is to power up the central lighthouse. But first, he'll need to activate power stations at the north and south ends of the asteroid ring.
Currently in the south power station. You must locate 4 power orbs. Hack the orbs to power up the station.
Have you ever wondered what's in the special sauce?
Two down, 2 to go, sir.
Nice work, boss. We're all green, baby. Sure about that? We could use that turret.
There are the 2 security orbs. hack them, and you will have the North Power Station up and running.
You sell the sizzle, and Ratchet is hot.
We. It's pretty straightforward.
Okay, Dread Zone fans, now Team Darkstar will have to fight their way to the second reflector and reactivate the Gamma Energy Beam.
Okay. Starting off with the mini. This is short range. This is also short range. This is long range. Certainly it'll be just like the other one. Yep, mini mounts are mounts. I do not remember, Alex. I know that they go up higher, and as does your Nanotech in challenge mode. I don't remember how high they go up during a first playthrough.
So bright. It's like a light bulb, but so much brighter. I'm not good with words.
unstoppable. Interesting fact, folks, Dread Zone started out with two guys fighting over a breakfast burrito, and the rest is history.
And target practice. In a row.
Ratchet, turn the bolt to direct the gamma energy beam.
People, I am beside myself, and boy do I look good. And so does Ratchet. We just might have a competitor.
Gravity boots, which get used for fucking nothing. Because what the fuck are you supposed to explore with gravity boots, dude? Why even have them? Just because they existed in the game? Hover ship to navigate the Valak's right house chase them before time runs out. Control nodes under enemy attack. Travel to each node and retake them to win. Oh no, not Superman 64!
Demolition race! Ratchet's racing to beat the clock. Each checkpoint he passes earns him a few extra seconds.
The only benefit here is that unlike when they did this in Ratchet & Clank 2, this ship is much more responsive. I can angle up, I can angle down, and there's a little bit more leeway on the sides and forgiveness with the rings. Which is definitely something they learned after having that game come back and hearing and seeing what people didn't like about it. Now, if I was a really elite programmer, I'd be able to kill the enemies and have a fast time, but I am just a magical Negro. Whee! Certainly somebody could probably do it faster than I just did. Your land is no land, it is now my land, because I took it with my bullets. I'm gonna kill you with a giant mace. Does anybody else remember the Ecom original movie craze as well as I do? As I can tell you, I could not stop seeing enough of Ryan Merriman and the 13th year.
Please report to security. You're parked in my space.
13th year. The Color of Friendship. Technically, High School Musical counts as a decom because the first one was. I think the personal one that lives rent-free in my head is Don't Look Under the Bed. Or the Poof Point. Yeah, Poof Point. Or Halloween Town High. There's Halloween Town 2, there's Halloween Town 3, and then there's Halloween Town High, where they randomly change the actresses. Out of nowhere. And Tina and Tamara Mowry in Twitches and Twitches 2. Twin witches. Twitches! Rent-free in my head, I tell you. Rent-free. Or the Cheetah Girls. Although, the Cheetah Girls is passable. I looked at it because of Adriana Ballar. I had a thing for Latinas early in my age. And then the white women stole me. I mean, if you look at the pause menus or you look at any of the art a certain way, like the one that I used for this thumbnail for the follow-up, you could be able to make a mogging meme out of him. Turn Ratchet into a Chad, even. The thumbnail is basically exactly that. I found it interesting that nobody interacted with the question about decoms, but they're like, Carl Whiteman, oh god. Then again, some people probably didn't have this channel the way that we did in the 90s, so...
One to go, boss.
Whee!
Is clearly much too dangerous to be set free. He must be destroyed.
Every time they make a game, they hired a different UI team. For this game, I think the problem is that they were rushed. Between 3 and 4, I think they got the worst crunch on this game. In part to the nature of the era of gaming this was a part of, which that set off a whole conversation yesterday. Let's not revisit that one. Whee!
Subject 135. Choose one of the following items. A Courtney Gears musical lunchbox, a talking secret agent Clank bobblehead, or this super cool Ace Hardlight action figure with Kung Fu grip.
Wow. Ouch! Hey, what's a big idea?
Subject 136. Choose one of...
Oh, Courtney Gears! Ouch! Hey!
These alien kid designs are fucking goated, I swear to God.
Would you like to play with an Ace Hardlight action figure? All the cool kids are doing it.
Yeah, whatever. That guy's a tool.
Yeah. So if Ace is, a tool, whose action figure would you rather have? Huh?
I don't know. Maybe that Lombax guy who smoked Reactor. He was like, who you talking to? Who you Ow! Mom!
Subject 138.
If you told me that somebody from Humongous Entertainment worked alongside members of Insomniac and created Alien Backyard Baseball using those children as some of the examples and designs for the characters, multi-million-dollar idea. Multi-million-dollar idea.
Welcome back, Red Zone fans. Today we're live from Planet Torball. Team Darkstar has dominated the Dread Zone circuit so far, but I think their luck will stop here. They've just been sent to one of Torball's massive Ace Hardlight toy manufacturing plants. And although the plant was shut down due to shoddy sales, one of Ace's ships still remains. Team Darkstar will have to find that ship and escape with it before Dread Zone's most elite forces hunt them down.
That's one ugly dude.
Ratchet, my nav grid shows a hover bike up ahead, but you will have to deactivate a force field to gain access to it.
Okay, sir.
This is more fun than a busload of cheerleaders.
Good job. Let's keep it up.
I swear to God, the wrench is so fucking useless. I'm just gonna keep using the Scorpion Flow for melee problems. For instance, God of War games have a consistent UI, Blade Bane, where your health and mana bar show up at third element with Berserker mode. I mean, we're comparing apples to high-quality Granny Smith apples, you know?
Oh, there's one for the highlight reel.
It's really hard to take comparison for God of War and use that against this.
Let's go.
One more to go, sir.
Yeah, well, thanks. I'll try not to hit it again.
Where am I going? Apparently there. Should try having Scorpion Flail spawn bouncer bombs. I'll think about it. It does not appear the game says that that's an acceptable combo, Alex. I'm sorry. What doesn't say it is an acceptable combo. Freeze, acid, and shock. He was a leader, he was a shoulder. When he was away, feeling no one, still alone. You wanna know what it means? He's sitting in the air, when I was like away, how she gets sit down, so it is how she feels it, how you know why I'm over, calling and feeling. When they feel so right, just like feeling all the night. Why was that extra enemy there? How did that extra enemy get there? Ow.
Uh-oh! Force fields! A group of flying drones power the shields by staying in perpetual motion and transferring their kinetic energy. Ha! Even though I just read that off a cue card and don't have any idea what it means, I do know that Team Darkstar will have to destroy the drones to disable the force fields. And actually, I read that part too. What are you gonna do, sue me?
Ratchet, shoot down the swarm of flying drones in order to deactivate the force fields.
And you don't know about the Omega mods. I don't know. I like weapons that plonk electricity more than you should, because you're probably used to flails being used as an alien weapon and the electricity being used as both a form of stun as well as a form of AoE clear. This is around the time of the gunmetal gray era of video games from 2000 to 2009. So a lot of the games would have had that aesthetic of having weapon modulation and weapon calibration systems, but a lot of these choices that they used to have in these games were really bad. Systems that were less effective than simply giving control to the player and allowing them to choose the modifications. And when they did allow us to choose the modifications, they gave us a very haphazard form of choice, which is the Omega mod and the Alpha mod system. What's the point of having a decision-making apparatus in the form of alpha mod upgrades if you're not going to simply make additional ammo come standard with higher levels. For example, modulation and alteration within percentages and chances, when all you really needed to have was give people the chance to decide if they want to have a knife that can electrocute somebody and cause them to be stunned, which leads in the direction of ARPG stuff, which people don't like ARPGs. They like the idea of pressing a button and being powerful, like that of Destiny, and they'll play the Destiny concept of an ARPG, as well as Warframe, but the idea of something that requires only for them to sit down and do the exact same math that they're doing in WoW, and the exact same math that they're doing in Destiny, and the exact same math that they're doing in Warframe, but individually, and take their time doing so as a part of the campaign they're playing through. They can't do it for anything else. Not accounting for the anime waifuification games, it does the exact same thing, but with extra steps. I can get on my onto my gums. The beginnings of the systems, where it started in Ratchet and Clank, is it came in the form of the bolt upgrades, namely the golden guns. Then, by making those guns mega, naturally, you go into the direction of Omega. Because what's better than Super? Mega. What's better than Mega? Ultra. What's better than Ultra? Omega. Actually, no. It's Super, it's normal, then Super, then Mega, then Ultra, then Giga. Or, depending on how you feel about it, Giga, then Ultra, then Omega. And then Alpha, if you like having a step above, then Alpha and Omega together, which is probably the reason why they paired them together. Making one affect the calibration stats of the weapon with what is a system easier to modulate of attachments, alongside weapon effects that the player has to buy to affix to their weapon. It's the beginning of a good system of gameplay, interchangeable between I bought a new gun with my bolts. Because now you're not just bolt grinding to buy a new weapon that has a different effect. You are changing your own apparatus and your own developmental strategy on the fly. Or attuning it to how you like it. Which is good. That's more choice to the player. It just happens to be... I'm looking for a word that's nicer than uninspired, but I can't find it. Uninspired. Because it's the same thing that everything else does in the system. Because, when you really think about it, the system that they're trying to create in most video games is a system comparable to CSGO. CSGO, Valorant, Strinova. Paying to increase and change the viability of what a weapon works like. Where a weapon that is a automatic gun but has bad accuracy becomes laser scoped powerful and specific as a 3-round burst, but you have to know how to aim your targets and your leads. Changing the amount of damage that you can do to a certain target when they're engaged in certain kind of combat. So for Strinova, which is the system that I'm thinking of as I'm describing this, stringification, which is their 2D, 3D system, where a target can go 2D and use the terrain as a way to scale and attack and move from different angles. In a system of push the payload, 3-on-3, and full team scale deathmatch, you have teams pushing objectives and points in ways with weapons that they can customize to do better damage to targets, alongside characters that, as a base default, they have a type of talent that they're attached to. One of the characters that I became attached to was a shotgunner, who, once he dealt a certain amount of damage, disabled the enemy's ability to use the stringification skill to go flat and thus evade damage by being able to shoot at you from a distance. Increase the stringification damage, have the damage come up front. If they're dealing with far distance targets and you're sniping with the weapon, change the bullet spread into a slug. Things like this, good. Creating mods that you stick onto a weapon to alter its playstyle, also good. Especially if you're able to grind them. Level grinding, repeated gameplay loop, But there's a point where even if you have all of these additional systems, you're not adding much diversity to the pool, because the problem is that when given choices, your brain is going to attempt to optimize for your choices that you have based on the playstyle that you believe is best, naturally. It will naturally happen. Unless you are actively choosing, mixing, and matching, and you're dealing with a system where any kind of choice can create a new system of synergy, your brain is going to tend towards the most synergistic tool that you could possibly use to simplify your engagement of combat. Period. The way that most people express this is in the form of combos. A one combo system. Right now, the Hollow Shield Launcher is my strongest weapon. Why is that, Carl? It's because this damn thing stays up for a long time and provides me cover, so I can make use of anything that requires aiming. Damn, that's crazy. How does that work? I put down a launcher shield. I then hide behind the launcher shield. They are now victim to any object that I'm about to throw at them within a 3-mile radius that doesn't require me to move around bullets. Damn, that's wild. It's not so much like it's a crutch. It's just a tool. I use it to cover the robots. I use it to cover myself. I use it to create breathing room. I also use it to enable myself to have a better time moving between cover. Because if I didn't, I'm actively not using a defensive tool that I could better use to my advantage. This was the case with the same weapon of the same kind in Ratchet & Clank 3. While I could have probably ground for the money and found the bolts to get the shield charger that worked like a personal overshield, this shield also has its own uses. The fact that it enables me to get close to a target field and start spraying and praying with the scorpion flail is, in and of itself, a masterpiece. The dual Vipers, changing them from electricity to cause AoE at a distance to freeze, to slow the enemy down and act as a form of crowd control as a trustable, reliable workhorse for long-distance shooting, which is very useful, considering it can be used while grinding, and the only gun that can be used while grinding, benefits the same original playstyle as the Magma Cannon paired with the B6 Obliterator. B6 Obliterator could also be used to carry the Bouncer mod for the Omega mod, but in terms of what I think was most viable, having a napalm bomb that is being used to create an environment where if an enemy is too close to me and also exists in a cluster, I throw out, effectively, a grenade launcher. I throw out the grenade launch, and then the grenade launcher creates napalm on the ground that maintains and sticks there to create a pool of dot damage. I could make use of the mini bomb, but that would not create the same outcome that I want. Namely because this puts the fiery pools of lava on the ground automatically. If it did the same thing with the acid, that'd be also nice, but it doesn't. Same thing with having shock go off when I shot the grenade at the enemies. I already shot the grenade at the enemies. I don't need to have additional follow-up shock damage to an AoE group. That's what the AoE gun is designed for. Now, if I shot the Obliterator at them, and the enemies that I shot the Obliterator at froze them solid, that's a different situation entirely. I basically throw out a CC weapon. I not only do large amounts of damage to the enemies, but the enemies are frozen solid, thus leaving them exposed for follow-up from whatever I think is most viable to follow up with. Same thing applies to the Hunter Mine Launcher. Same thing technically would apply to the Mini Turret Launcher in the mindset that I think of. If I have Mini Turret Launchers attacking multiple enemies, I'd like those enemies to be frozen solid so they stop attacking me back. Since the point of the launcher is that they attack a target that I'm more than likely hiding from. More than likely behind the Hollow Shield. Then everything else is just based on flavor. I think it's okay and nice that a shotgun be given the well, I lied. both the magma cannon and that are at the same level. I consider it to be okay and acceptable and good that the magma cannon that exists as a shotgun exists as an acid shotgun, so that everything in general in front of it dies in general. I could also make it shock, but I prefer the acid, because if I tag them even once, that's the same as burning them over time with fire. It's still dot damage. Indirect dot damage, but it's dot damage. The same argument could be made to the turret, but we're going for utility over damage, because usually that's how you create viability through combat. You don't just give people damage on damage on damage on damage, unless you're giving them a new tool. For that comparison, I think the best example I can use is the difference between the utility of certain classes based on, like, their classes of subclasses. Let's see here. DFO, male fighter comparison. Actually, no. Let's use the Spitfire comparison. Spitfire comparison. Spitfire, 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 Spitfire. Well, actually, we can just use Spitfire versus Spitfire from the old days. That's actually probably fine. This is old content. Jesus Christ. This is only in 240p. This is old. Okay. I'm going to show you a series of clips while I'm talking over them at the same time. This is a 55-second clip from the time of old DFO, probably when it was managed by Nexon. The problem that you have between Spitfire versus Spitfire, one is a utility-based class that infuses their bullets and then gives themselves different types of grenades. There's only so much that you can be able to alter and change based on the style of gameplay that you're allowed, that you eventually end up just splitting the hairs on difference. They both have the same repertoire, they both have the same weapons. It becomes a question of who gets the opening first. And because this game was 2.5D combat, designed like if you were playing Street Fighter in an arcade, your ability to make use of that knowledge and information pretty much comes down to who gets the in before the other one. And then, in that same comparison, the way that a male Spitfire plays is not compared to the way that a female Spitfire plays. So, looking at here, this person runs a map. The way that he wants to access combat is basically I spam X to win. Very simple, very basic. It's the same game design that you would expect inside of something like WoW. The basic rotation exists. It doesn't change. The only thing that is changed differently is what you have as tools to access that combat and fight the enemy. It'd be the same way in any video game that has a similar system. It doesn't matter if it's Destiny, it doesn't matter if it's WoW, it doesn't matter if it's Dungeon Fighter Online, it doesn't matter if it's Phantasy Star Online or Phantasy Star Online 2. Every game that is designed around the idea of multiple choices and different kinds of choices have a similar system. Very simple, very straightforward. Then you have the female Spitfire comparison. The female Spitfire comparison does not play the same way. Namely because their skills are different. Where the male characters have skills that give them damage outright, the female has skills that give them utility. They have the same type of pushback, they have the same type of basic skills, but when it comes to what they're able to do with those skills present for the utility of, what if I want to throw a grenade at you from the sky? That wasn't a very good comparison. Probably need to use a dungeon example. Yeah. Ooh, that's crunchy. That is also only exemplified by 220p. Jesus Christ. So, unlike the male Spitfire, who basically just stood there, threw out skills, and it was big and flashy, the female gets the ability to use grenades from the sky. She's getting her shit pushed in. Throw grenades at the enemy. Use her bowgun to try and create opportunities. Give herself the chance to set up for her damage. Attack the enemy with her basic combo. Put him on the ground. Create the opening, create space. As they're running around slowly. This clip is annoying me. Mainly because it's very hard for some of you to see what's there in the first place. Let's use a more up-to-date example from DFO Redux. Player jumps into the arena. They immediately throw out as much of their damage as possible. They start the fight. The boss has a giant health bar. They live in the sky. They throw out their damage. They throw out their AoEs. They create space. They keep throwing out their AoEs. And the class plays mostly aerial, whereas the male class plays mostly grounded and lateral. Throwing out tons of grenades, creating AoE explosions, using bullet techniques, using all of her callouts as much as she possibly can, dashing, dipping, diving around the screen with the utility that's granted to her, being able to have that versatility to move in and out of combos, in and out of attacks. More or less is like she's flying, almost. And within a few minutes, or a few seconds rather, what was a boss with nearly 600k different lines of hold pools and health pools, done. And she rarely ever touched the ground within 1 minute and 47 seconds, except to move from side to side. This kind of gameplay strategy has been the defining quality of what allows shit to be, like, possible. Because the way that I choose to play the game is I play for control. Because I play a control play style. Control means controlling the battlefield. Zones of controls, area of denial, and spacing. Because if the enemy can't hit me, but I can hit them, I can slowly whittle them down over time. Versus if I am constantly in the fray, I have less control over what I'm attacking than anything else can have control over what I'm attacking. And then I'm at the mercy of whatever is being provided to me by the game as an opportunity to hide behind cover. Why hide behind the cover the game provides me when I can make my own cover? Then I don't have to wait for an opportunity. I can make my own openings. That type of game design is good because the way that I play doesn't necessarily need to be the best and the only way to play the game. Going off the meta discussion we had yesterday, it's like unimportant in the grand scheme of things. Completely. But the game systems that are beloved by the current esports scene and by the current Western game design scene, they don't like that at all. They don't like the idea of players like me. They don't like people who know how to design or how to get around the problem of something. If a person opens up a video game and they say to themselves, I want to play the character that allows me to have 100% crit damage so I can be a glass cannon, and I don't care whether or not I die, I just want to see big damn and watch screen go boom. In a game that's about survival, like Exile 2, that player's going to be unhappy until they get to a point where they have enabled themselves with a build that can do that. And then they can completely optimize and invalidate the video game's design because fuck how you told me I'm going to do it. I want to do what I want. it's much less archetypes, like what's been provided by Warframe, what's been divided by WoW, and the standard of the Holy Trinity, as it relates to video games like WoW, that have dedicated tank classes, so that you can respect the trinity of damage, support, and DPS, as well as tank. It goes to something much more simplistic, which is the theater of the mind, where if I give you a tool, and I didn't tell you how the tool is meant to be used, only what the tool is capable of, I would inspire the person to make the decision to design their choices for themselves, rather than the implicit idea of choices because this is the only choice you have. If I give you a key, but I tell you that key can also be used as a gun, you're going to want to use the key as a key and a gun when necessary. Or if that key was also a sword, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, you're going to want to see the crazy things that you can do with said keyblade. The possibilities are supposed to be like Scribblenauts, or games like Scribblenauts. It's supposed to be endless. If I decide to create a block that has an adjective like carnivorous, I would expect if I make a word that says carnivorous plant, that would make a Venus trap, like that would make a giant Venus flytrap. And then if I use that Venus flytrap to kill a zombie, and the zombie adjective now gets put in front of Venus flytrap, I should be able to have a zombie Venus flytrap. Or if I make a carnivorous break, but the adjective, in terms of Scribblenauts, actually means it destroys an object, I could take a carnivorous break, throw it at a wall within the structure of the rigature of physics, and that brick destroys that wall. And then I keep picking the brick up and throwing the brick at another wall, and I destroy another wall by physically eliminating it from existing. That's the type of gameplay that most people are desiring. But most designers, they're like meticulous puzzle boxers. They put together a puzzle box for you to discover it the right way around. You know? You get the puzzle box, you're told the concept, and the person who gave you the puzzle box watches you pull out a hammer and bash the thing into fucking smithereens. You then get asked, why did you destroy the puzzle box? I don't care about the puzzle box, I just want what's inside. That's most concepts. If the box has a specific set of ways to be used and opened, and each outcome that you use creates a different prize, this ultimately becomes pontification that has developed into the Stanley Parable. You're no longer having a conversation about game design. You're now having a philosophical conversation about personality types. This type of game design is like inherent to everything because, you know, you designed a choice. You could have had a different choice. And if you ask the designer what were they thinking about when they designed it, they probably just thought, I thought this was a fun tool. Some designers might go as far as saying, well, I designed it this way because I made the puzzle to be designed this way and won this way, the way that I decided it was designed to be made. And you ruined my game. You griefed my game. And there are some people that will do it outright because they feel the antagonism that they can have against a designer allows them to. Like, that's a very big component of, like, single-player and multiplayer shooters. People just trying to find a way to invalidate the game design because they decided this is the best thing I can do. I don't care about that. I just want to be able to have the bragging rights of having the best time. Like, there are multiple levels to this shit. And I think the simplicity of having the choices, but also telling me what I have to disable the choices of, is a part of that. Because let's say they didn't turn off all those other mods that are currently locked or disabled on this weapon. I wonder what would happen if I did use the bouncer mod. Would it just spawn multiple explosions? Would it spawn a bouncer bomb for every time I hit an enemy? Would it spawn a bouncer bomb for every enemy that was hit? And then within a certain time period, if I'm able to re-trigger it, I can just basically spawn more bombs? Who knows? But that wasn't something they were considering at the time. So it's not there. That's kind of like the rough and short of it, really. Like, opportunity is basically the imagination of the designer when they're designing it. Anything outside of that sphere basically doesn't exist. Hi, Callum. You can use the exact same argument with how they designed this hoverbike course. Erg.
Folks, I hope everybody's pee-pee because we're not breaking for commercial anytime soon.
If I could ask the designer how they decided they were going to design this race with these drones, or this merry-go-round with these drones, I would hope they'd have an answer better than we just were going off of what they asked us to do at the time. For basically, to save words, it's like the idea of a game jam. Everybody knows what a game jam is, right? Lucas is partaking in one. Just Lucas? Well, for everyone else's benefit. Ow.
Team Darkstar has now arrived at the location of the getaway ship. But hey ho, there's nothing there. The ship is hidden. It could take days, even weeks of painstaking searching just to find it.
Ratchet.
A game jam is competition. You bring together teams of designers. You do not tell them ahead of time what the design is. And day of competition, they have X amount of time in the game jam to put together a project. And the idea behind the game jam... I accidentally hit the microphone. The project behind the design philosophy behind the project of the game jam is you're trying to force them into a state of panic so that they have to learn how to use the tricks and trade of their design philosophies and of the industry design standards to create new, interesting, and exciting techniques to turn in a project on time that meets, beats, and exceeds the expectations of the challenge. Most of the uninspired game designs that we see in video games is the result of people pushing for numbers by committee because they want things bigger and better, but they do not do it better and different, but still yet the quality assured same. This, for example, is the reason why people have slept on concepts inside of ARPGs and JRPGs and RPGs by the Western game design standard in general. They don't know what a JRPG really feels like when it's a quintessentially good JRPG because every other JRPG recently has just been uninspiring. But of the ones that have been awe-inspiring, because they were cantankerously being dreaded upon by a journalistic class of content creator that refused to engage with them because, oh, anime, oh, kids in high school, oh, kids hanging out. I believe the talking point they're using right now is something like Expedition 33 is the first adult ARPG, or excuse me, JRPG that people have ever experienced. That's an outright lie. There have been many. There have been several. There have been plenty. It just so happens to be that the person in question doesn't actually like JRPGs. The same way that a person would get involved in a CRPG, like Baldur's Gate 3, they look inside, they see that it has turn-based combat, and they say, yuck, turn-based combat. I hate turn-based combat.
If you activate the vector transmitter nodes in that area, I can triangulate the beacons to locate the ship.
Technically, Rhino is not a Persona video game in the general sense, but he's a part of the same franchise character design of Atlas, so I guess that goes together, if that's what you're describing. But the basic point is that a lot of the choices that exist in video games are the consequence of people basically crushing down all the options and choices into a single gray mush. And that's why we used to use the word slop to describe it, because it was slop. It was slop. Or, more accurately, it was gruel. It was prison food gruel.
Have you ever seen the Diablo in the pale moonlight? I have, and it's fantastic! Feel that, Juanita?
Ow. What I like about Game Jam is that it tests your ability to prototype a cool game. More or less, there's a video game that I think of on the top of my head called Minute. It's probably one of my 100% completions on my Steam profile. It is a video game based around the idea that the character picks up a cursed sword that will kill them within 60 seconds. So, in multiple places in the overworld, within 60 seconds of gameplay, you slowly explore and fully clear all of the opportunities and challenges provided to you within 60 seconds. And by using the slow trudge across the overworld, you're able to make use of that time-altering concept to further explore more further reaches within the time allotted than you would have had before. There's another game called Half Second Hero, which has a similar concept. The player character has 30 seconds to complete an objective inside of a mission. There's a base game, and then there's a sequel, which I believe the first one is just Half Second Hero, and the second one is called Half Second Hero, The Second Coming. Games like that are probably the result of a game jam, because they're creating an interesting hook that gets you involved in the gameplay loop that the designer designed under pressure, rather than having the scope of time in which to make the product a finished, polished product that had the bells and whistles that would have been able to trick you into playing it with graphical fidelity, despite realizing that the scope and the depth of the gameplay does not go deeper than the gruel slop surface level that the industry is used to. So, in an attempt to get you to pay attention to this game, it finds ways to make use of the tricks of the trade that are conventional to make a gameplay loop that is satisfying and unique within the time it takes to make a hamburger. From the preparing of the patty, to the preparing of the crown and the foot of the bun, to the preparing of the side dish, to the preparing of the patty ingredients, to the assembling of the patty, then the wrapping of the burger of the patty, and then serving it to you on a tray with fast food and saying, ding, orders up. Which is like what? If you're working from a consistent basis and you're doing something with an original piece of food rather than slapping out what is literal fast food, McDonald's style, is 15 minutes. Game Jam does that because they don't have time to think too much. They have to choose a gameplay loop in about 1 to 5 minutes and move on. The rest is just a way to justify that loop. You are correct. A lot of it sometimes is the gamble for the horse, and some is the horse with the cart. So, some people who are not interested in why every single deck-like rogue builder has become that way, to the point that both in that video for Reframing Space for Balatro, we described it between myself and Tyrant Retard as a bunch of slop from the Steam store. That is exactly how a lot of those games were designed. They were designed with the philosophy of what's a good game loop hook that keeps me engaged, that requires the least amount of effort to create synergy and explosive replayability. If a concept is good within 5 minutes of being brainstormed, and then 15 minutes of being fleshed out, worked on, and then given legs and bones, imagine how much better the concept would be if developed. Which, by the way, is the philosophy behind why I thought up the name I did for the series that we're currently doing. Should I do more in the future? Specifically for South of Midnight. Obviously, the many pieces and parts that were probably put together to create a movie game design had a formulation of this. But obviously they did not fucking develop it at all. So every single part of it clashes with itself based on what it wants to be. Game designs basically get you to ask yourself, what does the game want to be? Not what do you want to make. What does the game want to be? If the game wants something entirely separate from what you told it wants to be, the creator is now in conflict with its design. So, if Balatro wanted to be a game that had a game design philosophy around being gambling, unironically, it required gambling, rather than it being a strategy game in disguise, then we are responsible for what happens from the design plot of we decided we wanted to have a game that actually encouraged the philosophy of gambling instead of just being poker with an illegal hand twist. Same thing exists for game design philosophies that come from video games like Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire, Rogue Book, Dice in the Dungeon, Slice and Dice, Dungeon Clawer, Billionaire, so on and so on and so on and so on. The philosophy works because the idea of a roguelike is that you have medium core or permadeath. You don't attach yourself to a save file. You don't attach yourself to assurance that you will have the same loadout every time outside of your default standard. You insert different archetypes and you create a roguelike loop where the run is different every time, because some runs you get a god start and some runs you have potential but no clear direction. So you're simply making the best choices you possibly can. you're able to take a simple concept and build it up to something that becomes a magnum opus that other people wouldn't see, but you do, because with skill and time and effort and crafting, quality, and more importantly, taste, you gain a vision. Ultimately, that's what a game jam's supposed to do. Code jam, game jam, it's supposed to provide vision. Ow.
Run, Ratchet, run!
If you have no vision behind your game philosophy, you're ultimately not going to be able to convince people of your vision. They'll try to give you advice about how to make it better. And like I said last night when we were discussing Path of Exile 2 and its design, I wouldn't say failures, but oversights, because it's still in early access. It needs to be developed to become the quality product that most of us know it can be. You have too many cooks in the kitchen, spoiling the broth, trying to fill it with what they think a good video game would be. But it's not their vision. It's the vision of GGG, specifically behind Jonathan and Mark. They don't know it. They don't know how to make John's chicken. They don't know how to make John's chicken. They don't know what goes into the philosophy. They don't know what goes into the design. They don't know how they want to implement it. They don't know how they want to iterate and improve on the designs that came from Exile 1 that they're putting into Exile 2, how they're refining the system, how they're showing what the future of Path of Exile 1 could look like in terms of crafting, or in terms of design philosophy, and of tree branches. They don't understand any of those things. But they know what they like. But much like the line from Michael from the back end of that movie called Legion, where angels try to possess people to kill a woman who's going to have a child that's supposed to become the savior, you try to give them what they want, but a good game designer gives you what you need. What most people need when it comes to game design is to simply play more games. But what they want is the immediate gratification of a complete loop. If they don't get that game loop satisfaction, they're going to find it somewhere else, which is at contemptible part most of what the industry has done to the JRPG genre. The JRPG genre, the ARPG genre, and to anything that can have loot explosions in general. The sheer idea of Diablo with loot with extra steps and a 10-hour campaign to then justify the 1,200 to 32k hour endgame, that is what is responsible for them becoming what they have from Naughty Dog and Insomniac and Crystal Dynamics and so on and so on and so on and so on. That's why you have devs leaving studios like Ubisoft to form Sandfall to then create their own design. That's why you have people leaving from groups like Atlas or from Platinum Games or from Team Beautiful or Team Clover to design their own studios. It's why you have superstar designers with big brain concepts like Hideo Kojima, or to play off of what Callum just mentioned, Quentin Tarantino, that are known as savants and auteurs in their field. That some of them get mocked, like M. Night Shyamalan, because they have seen the flanderization of that concept. But when they're really in peak top form, like the Unbreakable, Split, and Glass trilogy, they are uncontested in how quality they are. Because they had the vision. And sometimes they lack faith. A lot of the shit comes down to the fact that they have little faith, are unwilling to put a lot of trust into things. It's probably like the biggest problem with game design or with any kind of concept of creation in general. I know what I like, and you know what you like, and together we can have a conversation about what we like together. But there is no world where I'm going to change your life without having a way to convince you of why something is good. If I tell you that eating shit is cool, you're going to tell me, no, I would rather not get sepsis and also possibly prion disease from eating human defecated physical material. So, I'd have to convince you that that's the case. And sometimes, not all ideas are good ideas. Even if, in a brainstorm session, no idea is off the table. Sometimes, some ideas are really bad, like eating your own poop. But some ideas, while not bad, don't work. The philosophy of Bloodstained does not work in Honey Pop. The concept of Honey Pop doesn't work in Stardew Valley. The concept of Stardew Valley doesn't work in Helldivers. Etc., etc., etc. Oh, you know, just a regular Boster. That's what you tuned into. Scroll back a few minutes and then listen in if you're really, really confused for context. But, sometimes the philosophy and the vision doesn't exist because people don't have vision. That's why we've gotten used to people giving dumbass opinions that come from YouTubers. Some people, they don't have the mind to ask these questions. So they just say, bro, I don't care about any of that. Bro, be yapping. I just want to get the content. Because they don't have the vision, they don't have the philosophy. And it's because they don't have the philosophy, they don't have taste. Because they don't have taste, they don't have a palate. And because they don't have talent, well, you put them in a game jam and ask them to design something that they think is good, they're more than likely going to do the equivalent of what happened when that one fucking kid on the menu tried to criticize the work of the artists and chefs despite not being a chef. And then they hang themselves. They are all Nicholas Holt in the menu. They're pretentious, they're entitled, they think they know what they're talking about, they understand the phrases, the concepts, and the words, or rather, they act like they understand the phrases and the concepts and the words. But when you really, really think about it, they don't actually appreciate the passion or the artistry. In fact, this entire conversation can be disseminated by watching the menu. That's why Anya Taylor-Joy's character gets to live at the end and everybody else gets killed and dies. Or, in the case of Nicholas Holt's character, he commits suicide. The refutation, if you extrapolate it out, in terms of not food and cuisine and critique, but design and creation and critique, in terms of video games, it is a one-to-one conversation reality when a designer crashes out against the people that are responsible for making their work famous by taking away the joy and optimizing the fun, not just out of the gameplay experience for themselves as players, but out of the designer experience as a creator. And what Anya Taylor-Joy's character at the end of that movie supplied was the opportunity for them to remember what made them love the thing that they do in the first place. Because the only time the character, presented by Ralph Fiennes, smiled was when he used to be a fry cook flipping burgers. Despite being a comparative chef on the design of someone like Gordon Ramsay, he's so unhappy with himself that he wants to kill everybody who's responsible for making his career possible. The celebrities that take advantage of it, the celebrity chefs that emulate but do not actually create, the celebrity critics that will bash and bash and bash and bash and claim that they have responsibility to them because they make their career possible. Thus, the moment that they signed a Faustian bargain with them, destroyed any pleasure and fun they had with their hobby. And Anya, a person who comes from the service industry, connects to him on a personal level, where she understands that as a person who also does service, her being an escort, and him being a person working at the behest of individuals whose opinions create or destroy your livelihood, giving him the escape from the rat race reminds him of what real passion is. And so, as a thank you gift, he gives her life. Or, if you want to go even more esoteric, the concept of Ready Player One. That the idea behind the Easter egg hunt is not because you wanted to have a business and a company simply be able to not own the existence of a place like the Oasis, to try and nickel and dime people into the ground with visual add-on sludge, which we as players, we've been memeing on that shit for years. The heads-up display, the add-on sludge, the UI slop. But instead, the entire point behind the egg hunt is that whoever inherited the Oasis was supposed to be a person who loved games. Not just playing games for the sake of being entertained by a toy, but playing things and being a part of, inside of, and one disseminated from, inspired by, and created by culture. Culture of film, culture of movies, culture of video games, and the culture of enjoyment. Which is the reason why the way that you actually won the real challenge was not just by finding the Easter eggs and also playing the thing, but also understanding the idea of trying to put a label on that success and then signing your fucking passion away on the dotted line. By rejecting the deal, that's how, I forgot the fucking main character's name, is able to claim the Oasis. And by giving the Oasis to the people, not only does he defeat IOI, but he also is able to fulfill the wishes of Faraday, which is that he didn't want people to throw their life away and forget what makes life enjoyable and passionate. Because the entire Easter egg was set up around the fact that he regretted the decisions and choices that he never took risk of. So basically, not dating the girl, not marrying the girl, not having a family with the girl, not living life to its fullest, betraying his friends, signing away his business on the dotted line, being miserable about it, and then setting up, effectively, what is basically his fucking virtual ghost, living in the machine long enough to make sure that he can find a suitable replacement that understands his goal, who has the vision! Most of gaming is full of people who do not have vision. They emulate what they think vision is. They pretend to understand it. They don't really get it. They've never been forced to. And worst of all, they don't ever give themselves time to pontificate enough to figure it out. But Lord knows, single player Carl, he yaps! But actually, I'm trying to tell you all something. And if they ain't trying to tell you something, turn the TV off and change the channel. And right back out the bedroom. What, mother? What, mother? Obviously, content creation is supposed to be something a little bit more defined than I make product, you give me money, I give you product, and we shake hands and say good deal. My back hurts. Ready Player One, the way that you describe it makes it sound like the Chocolate Factory. I wonder why that is, Lucas. I wonder why the plot of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory from Roald Dahl plays the exact same way as the philosophy behind Ready Player One and the Easter egg hunt. It's almost like they were inspired by each other. And that's the point of Ready Player One and its constant references. I'm sorry, that sounded a lot more aggressive than it was supposed to. It's almost like that was the concept of Ready Player One! You're turning me into a borderline psycho! That's the point! That was the point! Ready Player One is a book, a series of books, because there's Ready Player One and there's Ready Player Two. It was a series of books and a movie adaptation that was philosophized and based on the concept of pop culture being so inseminated into the culture that it inspires all the things people do. Effectively, it is basically a cautionary tale of what would happen if people fall out of love with culture and they're just consuming culture to consume product to get excited for next product. Exploitation of gamer passion would have meant that IOI, as a company, would have become owners of the Oasis and would have nickeled and dimed people out of being able to be a part of the experience. Remember what I said last time. Culture should be given and should belong to more than those that have money to pay for it. The entire idea behind why people pirate video games is usually it is a concept, monetary, or service issue. If a person pirates my game, they either don't want to give me money, they don't have enough money for the price point that I'm asking for them to get it, or the service that is trying to provide my game has made it harder for them to access due to something that they've done to the product that they would rather find it through an additional means in order to access the concept. For every video game that has a piracy screen, where instead of bricking the game and telling you, you cheated, you're supposed to pay, and instead it's the designer saying, wholeheartedly, listen bro, I remember when I was you, I didn't have a pot to piss in and not a dime to my name. Don't be mad that you had to take my game. I'm happy that you cared enough to pirate this. Share it to your friends. Give it to your mama. Give it to your daddy. Give it to your girlfriend. Give it to your wife. Give it to your kids. I don't care what you do with this game. I made it for you to experience it. Fuck, I'm supposed to be mad for. It creates a different feedback loop to enjoyment than it wouldn't if it didn't happen that way. Most games are known for having fucked up piracy screens, but really think of it at the same time. Spyro having a piracy screen that basically erases your content as you reach the back of the material so that you're forced to reset as a concept to punish you for being a pirate is different than the piracy screen of Beats and Shapes, which if you've never seen it, I've shown it here again. I'm going to show it again.
Pirated games is stealing! Stealing is against the law!
Hey there, Lash here. I just wanted to say that it's okay, I'm not mad. I've played my share of pirated game when I was a kid, so I guess this is karma, right? I remember when I was a kid, I didn't have any money to support my favorite developer. So I just wanted to say, if you cannot support the game devs with money, you can support them with words. You can talk about them, share the games with everyone, leave a positive review, a good rating, send them a tweet, an email, whatever. Let other people know. That helps us a lot. After all, if some people knows about the game, some of them will have money and buy it. In the end, we just want to be able to create more games. So I hope you had a good time with our game and say good things about it on internet. In the meantime, you can come chat with us live on berserk.tv if you're interested to see how games are made. So thanks for playing our games, it's really appreciated. You're the best. Bye.
This is a lot different than, say, normal anti-piracy screens. So, anti-piracy screens. Unlike anti-piracy screens like this, or anti-piracy screens like this, or anti-piracy screens like this, having a message play that shows you that you understand why the player is doing something, and then letting them get right back to the action, it creates the parallel society that I constantly keep mentioning needs to be designed for when we talk about gaming. Gaming is a culture. It is a culture that you get involved into. You bring people into it. You influence it with your actions and with your words. If you don't bring people into the culture, you are inherently pushing people out of the culture by proxy. So, looking here at the anti-piracy screen wiki, which is a thing that actually exists, different types of piracy screens have existed, like piracy screens have existed over the years in various different kinds of games. The fact that they exist, well, some of these are fan-made. The fact that they exist, or that a function to protect piracy exists, is a function of the communism, of group action. You have some people where the choice of piracy punishment is that the game doesn't play. The choice of piracy function is that there are lines that have been specifically recorded for you to shame the player for having cheated. Something like this. The entire idea is you want to bring them into the culture. This is the background behind being told by Funimation actors before a product, or even fan dub actors before they do a fan dub, please support the official release. You want people to be involved in the thing. You do not want people to be against the thing. In order to get people involved in the thing, they have to think that it's willing and able and worthy to do. If all you ever do with your actions and choices is punish the player for daring to have fun, you are not helping make culture. You are punishing them. I got hit. So there has to be a level of understanding and trust. I walk up here to grab what? A $4,000 bulk cash. There's supposed to be a system of understanding where we don't go backwards. The system that has been created by the industry is a system where we go backwards. As long as that system remains in place as it currently exists, things will not change for the better. They'll only consistently, it's now level 8, now it's officially the strongest one, will continue to be of concern. And as a person who is not a consequentialist, I want good things for a video game design philosophy, not bad things. I want to uplift the genre. I want to have my opinion, my viewpoint, my mind be the rising tide that uplifts all ships. Because what does it matter to me how a person chooses to play in their video game? Now this is entirely different for a video game that's based on the philosophy of having multiple types and philosophies of things together with people. But if a person actually belongs to a similar player base, whomst does it hurt for them to be involved in the culture and understand things that they say that they like and love, where instead we let them walk around like tourists, not actually appreciating the thing that they say that they love, so they can understand the reason why they don't actually like it is because they're not into it.
I just lost 50 bolts. Unfortunately for Ace's ego, Team Darkstar will have to blow up the statue to access the hangar underneath.
Ratchet, you will have to command your bots to set the explosives on the statue.
Again, after all, bro do be indeed yapping, but there's like several steps to this. And I am tired of people pretending like there are not steps to this knowledge.
was a tough cookie, what kind of cookie would he be? I'm gonna go with Snickerdoodle. Man, look at him go. You know, for a little guy, this Lombax can really put the smack down.
Oh, bye, Buster. I pretty much finished my point. I hadn't have anything else to say after that. Certainly, if there's something that people love to try and tell me, is that they'll say, well, bro just goes on a rant with a point. And it's like, this shit is so fucking important. Literally everything hinges on people's understanding and people's understanding of different perspectives and their ability to not forget, hey, everybody isn't you. That was close. Lots of people accuse me of that, but it's so weird when it happens the other way around.
Absolutely unbelievable, folks. Ratchet has defeated the Torval battle course and escaped from the planet's surface aboard a space shuttle hidden inside the Ace Hardlight Memorial. Only on Dread Zone, folks. You can't make this stuff up.
Whee! Got the gold medal. And we're in the Vindicator tournament.
Ratchet, you have now qualified for the Vindicator tournament. You know, Captain Starshield holds the all-time scoring record for this tournament.
We use the turret to fight off Dread Sun forces. Certainly that will be simplified. Ouch! Contrary to Batman Arkham Asylum, I think if you pirate it, you nerf your glider in a way that makes the level unplayable, or Serious Sam where there's a modal boss. Most piracy techniques to stop people from doing piracy existed in a way to breaking their games. I am much more a proponent that if you truly believe that piracy is a issue, beat the pirates at their own game. Because realistically, what you don't want people to do is to try and make money off of a broken or busted or even hacked version of an official release of your product. Acid Wizard Studios, which is the team behind Darkwood, they put their whole video game lock, stock, free, out on the internet. On the Pirate Bay, of all places. There are 2 of the 3 examples, the other third example I usually use being Darkest Dungeon, of the philosophy behind a studio trying to get people to enjoy playing a video game. Now, in some people's cases, a lot of the piracy behavior and the attitude around piracy is because at the end of the day they have to protect their investments and make money. But there is a break-even point with piracy.
For everyone who participates.
Where if you're always punishing people for piracy, but you're never actually addressing the base concerns, it just arrives back at the Gabe position. And the Gabe position is that piracy is a service issue. People are not happy with the economics, and they are not willing to pay the money that you claim that it's worth. It's all time prioritization. Why play one game over another? If no reason other than because it's your choice to. What inspires you to do so? Yeah, that's done. I don't mind that silly hat. You play a priority copy of the game, you play with a pirate hat. I mean, that's like the bare minimum, no? If a person's going to do a thing that involves piracy, the bare minimum is that they do some type of humiliation ritual. I think that's fair.
Plasma Woman and Orange Comet. Now, the low-seeded Lombax, known as Ratchet, has surged to the top of the Dread Zone rankings.
Frankly, I can't believe the little furball made it this far, Juanita. He is a scrappy sucker, huh, isn't he?
He certainly is, Dallas. He's also a threat to children, endangered species, and common decency.
Well, kids and dolphins and whatnot will be able to breathe a little easier once Ratchet has been cut down to size by the Eviscerator in this week's Exterminator Smackdown.
No opponent has survived even 60 seconds against his razor-sharp titanium blades.
I'll bet he doesn't have any trouble getting a close shave, Juanita. You get it?
Shut up, Dallas. You're not that funny.
Hilarious. Bum 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 bum. Let me out! Let me out! Let me out!
Well, since you asked, I have 16 terabits of tri-directional asynchronous bandwidth on my core CPU.
Ooh, that is a lot of throughput.
Oh.
Hey, Clank.
I will call you...
A technological dick joke? No!
Oh, nobody, really.
Was that the tech droid you were talking about? Hey, did you get those blueprints?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you the man.
But I have learned that many other heroes are imprisoned at this facility. We must help them, Ratchet.
Well, sure, but how?
I have noticed that the security monitors tend to go inactive when there is a big arena matchup.
So if I fight one of the exterminators in the arena, it'll buy you some time, huh?
It is dangerous, but it is the only way.
No sweat. Those guys are toast.
I feel like they softened up the facial expressions on
Attention,
Ratchet.
heroes. We are detecting high levels of radiation in the containment area. If you reside next to or near Uranium Man, you will die shortly.
And you're standing for the Rhino. The Harbinger is Vox Industries' answer to its two biggest competitors, the Apocalyptor and the Rhino. Shellshock says, "These two guns are like sissies, weak sissies from the weak places in Sissyland." The Harbinger, on the other hand, is the final word in gratuitous destruction. One tap of the trigger, and you'll lay a path of devastation from here to the other end of the Shadow Sector. I am not feeling the wrench upgrade. Morphing, brainwash. Let's go brainwash. That's the last gun that I could possibly have access to. Where do we want to put it? Precision dictates that it's probably brainwash. Yep. Because it's precision. I aim at a target. I shoot them. They get brainwashed. They attack on somebody else. You can also have the enemies walk into the brainwashing if they're melee, and then they attack the other targets. Ah, we can even do it here. Well, that's just a better form of crowd control, isn't it? Did I get the bot upgrades as well? Some of them, yes. There's new ones, but I didn't have enough money for them. Also on the wrong screen? That's fine. If only they had committed to the Conan Quasar bit instead of having it as a joke. Then it wouldn't just be a shitpost.
Contestant, have you hacked into my database, or are your rankings actually competitive?
Kappa. No.
Due to what can only be described as miraculous luck, Ratchet has made it all the way to the Vindicator tournament. But before he earns the rank of Vindicator, he'll have to survive the Battle Dome's deadliest challenges yet, and then take on the Eviscerator. It's time for the weapon cycling round. This time, Juanita and I will choose which weapons Ratchet can use from moment to moment. Are you ready, Juanita?
I can't use the wrench.
Ratchet's got this.
I was lazed! I was lazed like Frito chips! I was tapped out.
You folks at home can dial the number at the base of the screen now to vote for your favorite weapon. Here comes the audience choice weapon in 3, 2, 1. There it is. One thing about Ratchet, you give him any lip and he'll feed you a lead sandwich. You better believe that, Juanita. Let's see how he does with this. You know, sometimes I think I should have taken that job on Annihilation Nation. They've got a great dental plan. Try this one on for size, you filthy lombax.
That's racist! And there goes another Arbiter level.
What's this? Team Darkstar must dodge a massive bomb drop from a fleet of dreadnoughts? What psychos thought this challenge up? Eh? What's that? Reactor and shell shock? I didn't even know they were friends. Say, did they used to carpool? I'm sorry? Oh, right, yes, let's go to the action!
And comes the Obliterator for bigger area.
Time, Juanita. Let's just pray we don't have any more wardrobe malfunctions. They say war is hell, Juanita, but where does that leave Dreadzone, huh?
Viper. And I died. I took too much free damage.
Is in rare form tonight. Remember, don't try any of this at home. Go to a friend's house.
Once again, those exact enemies just getting up in my ass. No pause, no lube, not even was it good for you too. Just bam, 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 in my shit. Bam, 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 in my shit. And dead. Just up in my ass. Truly, this was not very well designed.
Get me one of those battle suits, Juanita.
The explosions are blowing up my mines. It lived this time! Having multiple enemies come out of nowhere and have an enemy that just completely moves at me at 1 billion move speed, where I have to basically be prepared for him to drop or I lose, is fucked up.
Of a lifetime, Dread Zone fans, our challenger, known for his exploits in organized crime, his dabbling in the occult, and his hatred of sunshine, puppies, and chocolate, here's Ratchet.
His opponent is a master of disembowelment and a fantastic chef. Ladies and gentlemen, the Abyssalator! Dallas, I predict this match is going to be very quick and very bloody. I almost feel sorry for little Ratchet.
She didn't mean that, folks. What I want to know is how Ratchet uses the bathroom in that suit.
Hello, snakes. Right on my head? Disintegrated! I was getting dicey there for a second. I was going to slowly make my way backwards towards the boxes as best as I could.
Make way for our new Vindicator!
Hey, Al. I got here as soon as I could.
Silence! Can't you see I'm trying to concentrate?
What are you doing? Clank, are you sure this is safe?
It is an acceptable risk.
I just need to close one more circuit.
Al, you're a genius! You did it!
I know.
No! Looks like somebody broke the rules. Put it back on. You're dead, Ace. Ooh, that's good. I like that spirit. But save it for the arena.
Thanks, a phaser blast to the back. Somehow lives.
Never should have happened. It's all my fault.
No, Ratchet. Ace Heartlight did this, and Gleeman Vox gave the order.
They made a mistake bringing us here, Clank. Now they're gonna pay for it.
Exactly.
Oh, we're not flying. I thought we were flying now. Range upgrade is going to be a waste. Yes. The original voice actor that they started with for Ratchet and Clank 1 was a different person, but afterwards they hired James Arnold Taylor. And he was the standard voice ever since. Here. Then we pick up this, and then we pick up this. Those kind of dives into destroying with style, business in the Ranger Warrior, combat back, sit back and relax while tracking the targets from a distance.
Ratchet, Planet Stygia is now available for travel.
Free the bots. Control the Tempest Control Station. We're only technically 3 away from the end, boys. Yeah, they do still use Mikey Kelly's grunts from the first game.
Tonight on Vox, it's a very special episode of Dread Zone. Planet Stygia. It's a world ravaged by continual meteor storms. Why, if not for Stygia's powerful defense shield, the entire planet would be decimated in a matter of hours. But somebody dismantled the shield's power supply. Who would do such a horrible thing to the poor people of Stygia? I don't know, but it sure makes for good reality HB. Stay tuned for the hottest episode of Dread Zone yet. And if you live on Stygia, the last one.
He just fucking yeeted his fucking bed, bro. If you ever stream Final Fantasy X, we could have hundreds of hours of Blitzball. Lol, I was addicted to shit. I mean, I was too. It was the only thing that I wanted to do in Final Fantasy X. I didn't fucking care about the story of the game. At least as a child. I didn't care about the story of the game. Blitzball, boy. I'm trying to beat that one fucking goalie who keeps blocking my shit. I didn't fucking get the jet shot so that I could be able to fully complete this attitude of the story of helping Titus get over his dad. Nah, I was punting that shit in his goddamn mouth and putting that shit on in his goal. No pause. No lube. I'm all up in your ass with that Venom tackle too. And Venom tag. And Venom pass. You ain't finna have enough HP for your technique to block my shit anymore. Oh, God damn it.
Ratchet, you will have to use the Landstalker to destroy the power units on either side of the force field. You must hurry. The people of Stygia are in danger.
It was a member of the Besaid team. No, it was a member of the Besaid team and a member of the Al Bhed team. Two specific goalies that gave me fucking problems. Fuck them swirly eyes!
This one's a long shot, but we've seen Team Darkstar pull through some tight spots before.
One day, but not today, or the next 2 months. Because if I end up playing Final Fantasy X again, I'm going to have to start over on a new save file. Now that PoE 1 unscarred me from the level up system, you need to retry it. Why did Exile 1 scare you with the level up system? It's just a normal level up system. I think you're more terrified of the spear grid, and I can promise you the grid is not at all difficult to understand. People just get overwhelmed by it because they are unable to pay attention to what's in front of them. Ironically enough, earlier you mentioned in the Game Jam conversation, don't look outside. The true ending, the true bad ending of the game, rather than the true ending of the game, where he asks to understand and see the scope of the character, that is why that quit point exists for Path of Exile 1 and 2. By similar definition, especially if people are familiar with the JRPG system, especially considering how many of them have so many different levels of characters, classes, and layers of concepts. If they can play Final Fantasy X with the International Spear Grid system, they have no excuse to be scared of Exile 1 or 2. Unscared me, made me less scared. When I first played Final Fantasy X, the level up system scared you. What part of the Spear Grid scared you? The original version or the international edition? Because the international system should have been fucking terrifying. The original system, they told you what the characters were. Just like every other Final Fantasy. International allows you to have the ability to go anywhere on any space of the grid, for you to design it just based on the only thing preventing you from traversing the spear and giving every character every skill in the game being the spear locks that connect the nodes from other nodes. The original system of Final Fantasy X, every character started out a certain type. Yuno was a summoner / white mage. Kamari was clearly a blue mage / dragoon, and so on, and so on, and so on. Every character had a specific type of skill they were designed to have and a particular role they were meant to play. Where international, you could give them any skill you wanted to, as long as you had the spears to travel the nodes. Because international was the edition that introduced Penance as a super boss. Did I ever play FFX 2? Yes, I did. People have to remember, I've played Lightning Returns. Lightning Returns was on sale at the same time as the Final Fantasy X 10-2 pack. I've played all 3 games. The only games that I didn't play was Final Fantasy 13 and 13-2. I continue to tell people, Final Fantasy 13-3 Lightning Returns is the best game of the Fabio Novola Cristallis saga. It is the best game out of the 3, mainly because it is the one that gives you the most control over the bullshit that is inside of it. And 10-2 is just basically building on the structure of that.
Team Darkstar has damaged the control tower. The shields are down.
In fact, Lightning Returns uses Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy X-2, and Final Fantasy 13-2 as a bridge.
Impossible! They'll need tech bots, supercomputers, and a big silver key. All right, I'm kidding about the key, but wouldn't that be great? It would be fun, wouldn't it?
I have a plan. If you can deactivate the lightning collectors, I can manually recalibrate them from here.
Chat disconnected. Please wait while we reconnect you. Oh no. There we go. Wonder what happened there.
First one's taken care of. Boss, if you miss the swing shot, you will face a painful, horrible death. No pressure. Keep up the momentum.
And a reminder. I see you. Zap. I see you. Zap. I see you. Zap. I should just be safe. By cresting 1,000. Who wanted the original version of Final Fantasy 13 Versus? I have made my peace with 13 Versus. I just have to accept it was a product that was not meant to exist, and that's why we got Final Fantasy 15. Because honestly, what we need is we need somebody to remake Dissidia and Dissidia NT for the consoles and PCs of this current generation. And we're level 9 in the launcher. I'm actually surprised of all the materials and all the fighters and all the characters they actually have inside of the Kingdom Hearts franchise. With the crossover that they have inside of Final Fantasy, I'm super surprised that they never created a Dissidia using the Kingdom Hearts characters.
are done, sir. Sorry, food can't slang.
Poor Ratchet, he's got a hover ship with no place to go. After recalibrating the lightning collectors, the next step was to hack the control points on the shield's core. Bingo, bango, the shields are up. Too bad the station's core took a direct hit. Too bad the radiation's everywhere. Too bad I said bingo, bango. Who writes this junk?
I'm out.
Sir, Merc and I will go. You brought us this far. We owe it to you.
We'll hack the core's control points. Just make sure you cover us with the hover ship.
Keep us covered, sir. I don't want to go home in a trash bin.
Frankly, I'm amazed the little sucker is still alive. How about you, Juanita?
The Lombax does display an amazing ability to escape with his miserable hide intact, Dallas. So disappointing.
Fucking stand up so I can acquire them. There you go.
Darkstar.
You can't stop 11 there.
Out of the Final Fantasy games that you have played, how would you rank them? 1, 10, 10-2, 13-2, Lightning Returns, 2, 3, 7, Blitzball, everything else, and like a side category for 4 and 4 after years. Yeah.
Oh no! Dread Zone has launched an all-out assault on the shield generator. If Team Darkstar doesn't fend off the attack, the people of Stygia will be flattened like a pancake with syrup and butter and a little orange garnish. Oh no! Can I have breakfast for dinner, or is that just weird? Oh, right. Stygia, Team Darkstar, and Dread Zone bad guys. I'm on it.
Is there a standalone Blitzball game? No! And that's the most annoying part. You could play through the entire experience of Blitzball the second you're introduced to Blitzball. But in order to be able to build a team, you have to travel and play the game. So, because I wanted to play the game, I had a save file specifically for playing the game, and a standalone file specifically for playing Blitzball. I was worried there that he was wailing on it too hard. Shield survival, finally. No challenge on this planet. So just for fun, he just decided, Ratchet, it's a fucking pain in my side. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna threaten the planet. Why? Because it would make good entertainment. Fuck these people. And he's like, I don't want an extra challenge. I just want to see you do it. That's ability that I can respect.
Today, our superstar contestant has his work cut out for him. His bots have been scattered throughout the prison under heavy guard. To escape, Ratchet will need to free each of the captives, then fight his way through an army of killer robots.
We've been on planet Miraxis before, haven't we?
Combat bots in separate blocks of the prison. Make your way to Alpha Block to release your first bot.
This was the biker planet, wasn't it? Biker planet / Gadgeton superfan.
Don't forget to order the Dread Zone home game.
That just brings up several fucking questions. Such as, how big is the Shadow Sector? Because it appears as though the Shadow Sector just encapsulates different parts of the Bogon and Solaris galaxy.
Bust me out of here, boss. I'm ready to fight. Gonna need my help.
I think explosions are pretty.
Ow.
Let's get it on.
Not bad. Ratchet has freed the first bot and he's on his way to Beta Block.
We need an EMP to take down the shock field on that floor. You might want to cover your eyes, boss. It's gonna get bright in here.
That was a meaningless walk down. Whee! Ow. At this point, skill points in this game basically amount to extra cash bolt injections. And not an actual, like, challenge to be done for the purposes of having fun
Ratchet
with
must
the
capture
skins.
all 3 control nodes in the prison yard to unlock the portal to Beta Block.
Boss, you want to find the nodes, use your map.
Ratchet comes out of the gate hard and fast, seizing the first node in record time. He's got 2 more to go.
Oh, I forgot one. Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. It exists in a capacity of its own. Everybody forgets Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. It's also known as baby's first Final Fantasy game. But honestly, I think it's quintessentially one of the better Final Fantasy titles inside of the entire franchise, even though people choose to forget about it.
Just one note remaining, and Ratchet shows no signs of slowing down. This guy is a walking highlight reel.
Whee! That probably wasn't supposed to happen. Well, I'm in here.
Steak, folks, you sell the sizzle, and Ratchet is hot.
Whee!
Run, Ratchet, run!
So finally a word line breaking out of the point that was actually thematically correct.
The atmosphere is tense as Team Darkstar makes their way through Delta Block.
What happened to Beta Block? Speaking of morphing, which one would work best? Mini turret? Maybe. Actually, this one stays. No. Yeah, moving around too much. This might actually be useful. Okay, you stain brainwash. You transmogrify. And you morph if you can kill. Let's see it.
have to hack those ore blocks before they can open the gate to Delta Block. Ratchet's performance has been impressive. I don't believe we've ever had a contestant make it this far through the Miraxis prison.
And I sincerely hope it never happens again.
Oh man, these guys are hot! Did you feel that, Juanita?
Roll the MB batch. He did throw it. One.
Look, his bots are
Two.
down. He's gonna die.
Three. I will not come to Papa. You shall instead come to Unc. And then I will send you to go to Jesus.
We need to take down that shop. EMP should do the trick.
But it's already dead. Ow. I want to hear no more slander about the Hollow Shield. But Carl, there was never any slander. No more slander about the Hollow Shield. Spiral ass looking enemies. Ha 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 ha. That's the first time it's happened. I feel so silly. Type 5 if you saw it.
What do you think, Juanita? Does Ratchet have what it takes to make it through Delta Block and rescue that last combat bot?
The question is, could he do it with a king amoeboid eating its way out of his underwear? I think we'd all like to find out.
4. I was in another tab. I'm out. Who knows what Necroparius is reacting to? I don't know. Juanita is a freak. She is like... She's like a serial killer's girlfriend. She just be out here. She unironically just be talking.
Team Dark Star is unstoppable. Wow, he's freed the second bot.
Thank you, sir. I'd kiss you, but I don't have lips. Soldiers, commence fire!
Ow. I deserve that death. Why did I do that?
Now pay attention this time.
Ratchet, I have spliced through communications.
Ow. Why is it always 200-point increments?
Oh, this guy should have his own fitness machine, his own shoes, his own fat-burning barbecue.
Well, it transforms them, but I also feel like it's blowing them up. That time it didn't, but I think the bots are just shooting them. Multi-shot. Multi-shot. Out! Get me out! And we're great, boys.
Totally blown away. That was, without a doubt, one of the greatest performances in the history of Dread Zone.
A compliment? Wow, you're too kind. Oh! They're all over me. Try to kill me. God damn it, another one. Race the Puma on a checkpoint race.
We're back with a grueling test of reflexes and nerves.
Now this vehicle is probably the most responsive in the game. There's no excuse for losing Superman 64 on foot back here.
Like a carton of Lombax yogurt.
Unless, of course, you drive into a mine. Since they decided to put them there. But, you know, it's got a little bit of Tokyo drifting. Or, in I guess, in this case, Florana drifting. Nice. That's a hard throwback for people who are big fans that were like year 8. I think I uploaded that somewhere. It's the one that goes Nick, 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 Mocha, 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 Mocha. That one.
We just can't get enough of this place. Get ready for a no-holds-barred land-stalker death duel. Don't forget, Ratchet will have to keep an eye out for bonus targets that can boost his score.
There's just too many targets.
This match on ice, ladies and gentlemen. The juice is cold, and the generic brand X gelatin is definitely jiggling.
I literally have to turn around because I don't have enough time to look forward to see them. turn. This one is a little bit better created and better designed than the last one. This one at least designed for the ability to give you the chance to be able to survive. A fair amount of challenge. Bum, 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 bum. Someone's about to get that ass whooped. Someone's about to get fucked. What happens to the sound effects on my ship? There we go.
Shell Shock, Reactor, and now Eviscerator. Cut down in their prime. Victims of that loathsome little Lombax. But just who is this Ratchet?
Our Vox News investigation has uncovered shocking, untold stories from his dark, sinister, evil past. The destruction of civic property, illegal hoverbike gangs, inadequate dental hygiene.
Be strong, Juanita, because there is one man that can put an end to this menace. Ace Hardlight.
Ace Hardlight fans, prepare yourselves. I'm gonna make this one messy. We'll see who the real hero is. When I'm through with that furry freak, nobody's even gonna remember who he was.
Thank you, Ace. The galaxy is rooting for you. We're
Babe,
all
why?
rooting for you.
Hey, yo, hey, yo, why you put such a big gap? It's because she's Latina, obviously, Carl. Duh. But why was she designed with a curve? Like, she's not wearing clothes. You designed her outfit with a curve? More importantly, why is he saying babe? Does he fuck robots?
It appears I was wrong about you.
Sticking that clank, 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 and that clank, 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 and get some clank, clank, clank upon that clank, clank, clank. Shut up, girl. Enjoy the eye candy. I'm sorry. I'm committed to not the Latinas, but to the white women. And we buy this. And we get Range Warrior. Methods rejoice include combat bots no longer misfire into the grandstands during Dreadzone challenges. Ace enjoys the turbo top from robots. That's crazy. They're basically automatic strokers. Oh! I just had a cursed idea. I just had a cursed idea for what you could do with a robot. It's a robot that has an extendo neck, and it's basically an automatic jacker. It compresses and then just use your imagination.
In the Battle Dome, as Ratchet begins the Liberator Tournament. No contestant has made it through this baby all season, and frankly, I don't expect that to change today. Even if he does survive this series of rigged challenges and deadly traps, Ace Hardlight will be waiting to turn him into Lombax filet. Team Darkstar simply won't give up.
Must design these to have low HP. They don't only die in that many shots. It's just for my benefit so they can give my fucking gun XP, I guess. Ow. 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 It's like the curse of the fucking balls from the first arena. No, do not let me cook this idea. If you let me cook this idea, we will all regret it. And I died. I got laced. I got laced. They fucking shot me. And then I died. 'Cause if you will shoot me, then I will be dead. And I will not be here. And I don't want to be here. But definitely not there. 'Cause I do not want to die. 'Cause then I will fry. 'Cause I'm going to hell. For all the things that I've said and the things that I've done. Get away from me! Get away from me! I'm trying to kill me! Got it. Stand over here. I'm gonna let them slowly come into me. Because if I walk into the laser trying to dodge them, it's a problem. If I play smart into the laser, you can't touch me. Strategy! And now I can take the lasers out. Ow. Woo! Strategy!
Mom always said what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. On Dread Zone, what does kill you gets us better ratings. Yeah! In this round, Ratchet will run and shoot faster and faster with each opponent he defeats. I wonder what Mom would think of that.
I think that's the worst thing to do to a person who wants to be in a position to turtle, sir. But I don't want you all trying to kill me. If you try to kill me, then I will be dead. And I don't think you want me to have a rifle that shotguns in every direction, so you're dead.
This creature is clearly much too dangerous to be set free. He must be destroyed.
I mean, sure, but like, y'all are the ones that designed the shit. Interesting. The chickens still counted as enemies. There's the enemy. Chicken problem again. Probably should have looked into the code to make sure that chickens that are no longer enemy combatants are being selected and acting like they are enemy combatants. Just in my headspace.
Oops, one of his bots just went down. Oh, too bad it was the cute one too.
And that's Carpenter 7. I live. I'm alive, but barely. I made it. Logic problem is the game's around 23 enemies, only 42 were killed. Eh. It just didn't classify the chicken as a non-enemy, so that it holds it up because it's clear that the breakpoints are between one point and another point.
Listen to that crowd, Juanita! It's nights like this that I'm glad I gave up my ballet dancing career.
Tonight we bring you Dreadzone's most highly anticipated matchup yet. In one corner, the undefeated Grand Champion Exterminator, a legend in his own time, Ace Headlights!
And in the other corner, weighing in at 97.5 pounds, most of it probably fluff or fat, Ratchet.
This is it, Runt. I almost wish it wasn't going to be over so quickly. Just try to keep it interesting while it lasts, would you?
Maybe I should start trying.
That's interesting,
this is
ADR.
As far as you go, Lombax.
That's also
I'm
interesting,
the star
ADR.
around here.
In this situation, we're gonna go with one of the classics. Use some acid. Acid on this. Acid on this. Keep the burn on that. Have some acid on this. Yeah, we're gonna have some acid on this too. Bang, 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 bang. Oh no, my tactic has been broken.
Hey, Lombax, do you feel lucky?
Sometimes yes.
Have you ever wondered what's in the special sauce?
God died. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang, bang goes the collie. Ding, ding, ding goes the bell. Ding, ding, ding goes the ding. Sweet goes the smell. Ding, ding, ding goes the collie. Ding, ding, ding goes the bell. Ding, ding, ding goes the sing. And Omnishield is level 10 before the end. No time increase though.
Am I being too easy on you, hero?
He said while Ratchet bombards him from behind the safety of an Omnishield launcher.
You little rodent, you're gonna pay for that.
I thought you said you were going easy on me.
Now you'll see why they call me the Great One.
Oh man, even I felt that one.
And now for my finishing move. Must fight. Ignore pain.
out of med packs. Not that I need them.
I eat guys like you.
Ah!
For breakfast.
I'm not jumping fast enough. The beam has some vertical height to it. It's deceptively ankle high. I walked into that bullet.
That one actually hurt.
I've always thought the world needed more of me, and now they get it.
Let's see whose action figure they buy now, Lombax.
Ow.
You little rodent, you're gonna pay for that.
Extermination is my job. I can't help if I love it. Must fight. Ignore pain.
Hey, I'm out of med packs. Not that I need them.
You don't know the power of Ace Hardlight.
I feel like I do, buddy.
This is as far as you go, Lombax. I'm the star around here.
Interesting fact, folks. Dread Zone started out with two guys fighting over a breakfast burrito, and the rest is history.
Only weak when your shield's down, huh?
You're nothing compared to Ace Hardlight.
Yeah. 20K to kill a man.
Watch out for the new Liberator!
Yeah.
Ratchet! You can't beat me. You're just a half-sized rodent with a big wrench.
Stay down, Ace. Don't embarrass yourself.
Embarrass? Embarrass? I'm Ace Hardlight.
You were a hero once, Ace. Ratchet! Don't let Fox do to you what he did to me. You're the hero now.
You want to see me, Vox?
My boy, you're the grand champion of Dread Zone. The whole galaxy wants to see you. Don't you see, kid? I've been doing everything in my power to make you a star. I've transformed you from a worthless nobody into the hottest celebrity in the galaxy.
Debatable. We'll talk
So
about that.
that's why your news show is slandering me every 6 seconds.
Slandering? What? I was building up your bad boy image. Oh. And this is the thanks I get.
Whatever.
Now, don't be such a baby. I'm about to offer you the opportunity of 1,000 lifetimes. I'm making you the new captain of the Exterminators, the star of the show. Think of it. We'll make billions. We'll sell Ratchet action figures, Ratchet sports shoes, Ratchet deodorant, Ratchet breakfast cereal, earmuffs and cologne, soft drinks, hard drinks, energy drinks, breath mints. You get record deals, movie rights, reality shows, video games, and commercials.
No deal, Vox.
What did you say?
I'm not your puppet, Vox. You actually think I'd kill other heroes to get rich? You're not just corrupt, you're stupid.
What?
And the fucking miniature in the back is like, bro, did he say that?
Let him go.
Yes, sir?
We're going to need one final Dread Zone campaign. Have them prepare that, experimental one we developed.
Sir, you don't mean the Gauntlet of Doom, do you?
Yes.
But, sir, it was mathematically proven to be unbeatable. Right away, sir.
All in all, boring. A boring boss fight, 100%. But the pet is funny. This is money for the bots. Assume I get to use them in the last one. Being Ravager. The colors don't matter. Whee! Ghost Station. Where am I missing the dread points? Here. And here. And here. And here. And here. It's all battle mode.
Hello, hero. You are quite the...
So, what do I need to do to access that challenge? Ah, there we go. You know, it's kind of impossible for me to recognize that if you motherfuckers take me immediately out of the goddamn challenge before I get to do it. But whatever. Christopher Mill. Standard beat-out regimen for beginning gladiators. Footage of the challenge ends up on blooper reels during the prestigious 2 a.m. time slot. Certainly with the guns I have, I'm going to be way overskilled for this.
Ratchet must survive under relentless attack from wave after wave of lethal enemies.
Based on the damage I just took, I'm going to say the answer is yes. Now we switch the ship back. we do... That's the nurse. Take back the morph. Shouldn't tell you the range.
That was my last one. That was my last place.
It's like it could be shock, it could be that, but I think ice works if I'm single target focusing. This is fine, that is fine. That's fine. Morph mod to change the amount of distance. Brainwash should also be nice, but I don't think I've seen a single target get brainwashed. That remains that. And this one I think we can also put onto brainwash. And let's see what happens.
Ratchet, run!
And now, the slow trog to the end of the game.
This guy's gonna sell a lot of commercial time, Juanita. Let's just pray we don't have any more wardrobe malfunctions.
Simple. The Big Sleep. The very Aaron turns against her contestant in our most requested battle. Triple Planet Dead Zone Sleeper Gas slowly drain Ratchet's health as he fights. Can King Darkseid take down an entire robot platoon for the Toxic June? Turns their lights out for good.
It's time to get silent but deadly.
Oh, please! Open a window!
You're a robot. You don't smell.
Don't get excited, Juanita. I'm talking about the gas round, where Ratchet must defeat all the enemies before the toxic fumes snuff him out. Oh, baby, I love that smell. Whoa, this announcer is impressed. Will the person driving a mint green Man Ray 5 please report to security? You're parked in my space. Oh, he's looking a little unsteady. Some gladiators just can't handle their gas.
But see, here's the question about that, Amphivarius. If Juanita's creator gave her the ability to smell, what was she supposed to be smelling? That brings horrifying revelation to the phrase, "till the room stinks." Yep, the challenge breaks when you turn them into animals. Interesting. 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 No, I can come up with my own explanations as to why she would need to smell, and I am terrified of that concept. A seasoned gladiator laughs at the prospect of merciless hordes. Can our hero destroy an entire legion without taking a hit? So, instant death on one hit.
Downright nasty, Juanita. Our contestant must destroy every enemy without getting so much as a scratch.
Certainly that's because you chose simple enemies that run at me and run at me at a normal pace and not ranged enemies, yeah?
Star is in rare form tonight.
So no. Flyers, crawlers, and turrets.
Challenge mode is downright nasty, Juanita. Our contestant must destroy every enemy without getting so much as a scratch.
So yes, this game pretty much did pull an Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. I'm upset. I'ma hide in the corner like a coochie, cause I don't wanna die. I don't wanna die. I don't wanna die. I don't wanna die. I don't want to die, cause I am a coward. No, I don't wanna die, cause I am cowardly. I like to use my strategy. We lived, chat. We lived. Close and personal. Any gladiator can dismantle an army, kill robots with an unstoppable power. Too bad in this challenge, only have his bare hands. So I have to have the wrench upgrade. Well, have to. Preferably should get. Because there's another one behind it too. Whee! It's not that bad of a challenge. I mean, I managed it. The thing is that it annoys the piss out of me when an enemy can get in my face and can just basically make my life a living goddamn hell for no other reason because the game designers decided it should do so. And we can't finish the game without the points to access the final challenge. So I have to fully complete every challenge in order to access the end of the game.
The Butcher of Bogon has his work cut out for him this time, Juanita.
Butcher of Bogon? Certainly not going to make an attack ship attack me in a wrench-only challenge. Certainly that's not about to happen. Because that would be fucking evil.
And that Lombax approaching us. It's a good thing we're out of range, Juanita. We are out of range, aren't we?
Why did my guns flash on the screen for a hot second? A zombie attack.
Tonight, it's Team Darkstar
A handle?
versus the robot zombies.
No.
The zombie team just flew in from Catacrom 4, and folks, are they dead tired? What?
First, we include the space. Oh, it's just gonna keep dropping automatically. Let's see.
Oh, come on! Will somebody just kill this little runt already?
Nice.
Folks, I hope everybody's pee-pee because we're not breaking for commercial anytime soon.
And level 8. Those aren't zombies. But bro, I haven't even taken a serious look at the skill point window. I think I've been lucking into a lot of these challenges for these bolts. The screen shook. Large, gigantic, enormous. If it's bigger than a Blargian bread box, it's Ratchet. Gets to fight it right now.
Let's find out what our next challenge is. Hey, whoa, I can't read that. Who's writing these cues, huh? Oh, look, there's a typo. That's completely grammatically incorrect. And, hey, where's my lunch? I'm hungry. What are you people doing back there?
What the dog? What the dog? Why does it keep giving me that prompt? Who am I EMP blasting? Maybe save myself frustration, just take the goddamn mod off. See what happens if I try brainwash it.
Have you ever seen the Diablo in the pale moonlight? I have, and it's fantastic!
There you go. Now they're attacking each other. Can I shoot them?
Explosions are pretty.
Scorpion flail. That's a great strength symbol, average. If only I had a gun like the lava gun. Choking it out. What's fucking next? End zone. All robots like to stand in glowing boxes. Too bad we wired the end zone as battlefield up to Ratchet's collar. Would we get to see a gladiator do a special touchdown dance on the Ratchet's grave? Only one way to find out.
Hold on to your seats, folks. It's time to play Swarmer Soccer. To win, Ratchet must prevent swarms of charging enemies from reaching the goal zone any way he can. folks, you sell the sizzle, and Ratchet is hot.
Here's an instance where the Omnisec shield launcher, working the way it does, is a perfect answer in this situation.
Run, Ratchet, run!
Unfortunate. Badly placing the shield there fucked me halfway. He was just stuck on the door. There we go. Higher ground, corkscrew. Only 4 more. Advanced challenge. Ratchet must get in the Tower of Power once more, but this time we let our region engineering experts construct the path. Let's see what those lovable shrimps come up with. Grounded at the top of the infinite Stratton's corkscrew can be trying at times in the best times. At least it will be once it comes to his first. For now, it's impossible. So scaling again.
Oh, this just in, folks. The Tower of Power has been totally re-engineered by our very own Dread Zone interns. And these guys are idiots. They have a hard time boiling water, let alone designing an arena challenge. Team Darkstar is in serious trouble.
Swarmed by the meleeers. I elect to find that funny. Because if I don't, I will be upset.
If Ratchet was a tough cookie, what kind of cookie would he be? I'm gonna go with Snickerdoodle.
Unfortunate. Well, all of it's the DNA of Jak 3 because Jak 3 became combat and platforming. Why can't I double jump? Unfortunate. Literally, they're just there on top of me, already, automatically, at the edge, waiting to cut my health in fucking half. I might as well fucking reset. You can't see them in the distance. And that's not the first time I've kept not having a double jump. That's twice the third time that's happened. Finally. My jump was shorted because the platform started turning. Because the platform started turning. I went too fast. Not having shadows to track on the ground to see my position until I'm almost falling is not good. What good is my HP if my HP fucking disappears because I can't do the jumps?
Folks, just a reminder, tomorrow is Kick Your Best Friend in the Pants Day. Free popcorn for everyone who participates.
Hit by a missile launcher. Does it even fucking matter? Does it even fucking matter? Does it even fucking matter? No, it don't, cause I died. Oh! Why do you laugh at me, Uncle Varius? You find my pain funny? You having a giggle, mate? Fourth time that's happened. You having a giggle, mate? You having a laugh? At my expense? How many times are we gonna fall down, Carl? Not this time. Pain. Can I go up, please? Thank you. Who fucking designed a grind rail section without automatic snapping? Who designed a grind rail section without automatic snapping? That, ladies and gentlemen, is jank. That was jank. No yogurt. That is the kind of shit that makes a player crash out. Oh, I went up the shortcut way. I was supposed to use the swing shot to get up there.
You know, sometimes I think I should have taken that job on Annihilation Nation. They've got a great dental plan.
I have a curious idea. No. You didn't swing me hard enough! Why not preserve my momentum? Why not preserve my momentum? But Carl, at least they had health waiting for at the top. No! Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2 fucking scoff at you.
Team Dark Star is unstoppable.
It was just a mini gauntlet. It was just a mini gauntlet, Carl. It was just a mini gauntlet. I want to slap somebody. I want to slap him. I want to slap him right on the sack. Big open hand. Giant, big ass open hand. Unfair. More importantly, is that enough points?
Travel to the Ghost
Yes.
Station battle course is now open.
Hi, just a girl. How's work been for you, sweetheart?
My friends, it is a black day for Dread Zone fans across the galaxy. Ace Hardlight, champion exterminator and respected philanthropist, was brutally cut down by the maniac contestant known as Ratchet, aka the Butcher of Bogan.
Fans reacted to Ace's defeat with shock and outrage.
Boo! We hate you, Ratchet. You cheated.
Ratchet is a malicious criminal. He must be punished.
Bowing to public pressure,
Not the Cabbage Patch Kid.
quickly to address the issue.
Fans of Dreadzone, I share your pain for the loss of the mighty Ace Hardlight. I encourage you all to express your grief and sympathy by purchasing this limited edition Ace Hardlight Memorial action figure on sale now for only
Doing awesome and a fast learner. Good job.
A Vox News investigation later revealed that Ratchet used banned performance-enhancing drugs.
In accordance with Dreadzone Regulation C6-5/9, Paragraph 2, Ratchet has been sentenced to meet his fate on the Gauntlet of Doom! This special event will be broadcast live tomorrow night only on Dreadzone!
Meow. Meow. Meow.
I cannot believe this, folks! We are live from some blarg awful station out in the middle of nowhere. Ratchet and Clank, aka Team Darkstar, have conquered 9 planets, survived hundreds of arena battles, and even defeated Dreadzone's grand champion, Ace Hardlight. Who would have ever imagined this? Now, in a drastic and downright vindictive move, Gleam and Vox has sent Team Darkstar to the Ghost Station. The course is unbeatable, unbearable, unthinkable, and I'm having an aneurysm just talking about it!
Do not worry, Ratchet. I will make sure you get out alive. My nav grid shows an abandoned supply ship on the other side of the station. There is a grind rail nearby that will take you to the station's core. I will give you more information when you get there.
We.
Give me something hard to do.
Count on me!
Boom, 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 boom.
They say war is hell, Juanita, but where does that leave Dreadzone, huh?
They basically skin them to glow. They're just the same enemies, but different. At least the skin. I need HP, motherfuck me.
Anything for the commander, sir!
I'm gonna take over the ship. I do not trust these motherfuckers to not be trying to throw fucking non-stop enemies up my ass. So I'm gonna use the fucking turret. Because the turret has its own health bar.
Look, we know this is gonna end with Ratchet splattered halfway from here to Florana. Why don't we skip it and head back to my condo for a cocktail and a dip in the jacuzzi?
No, I prefer to stay here where the real action is.
Hey, yo! This man unironically trying to fuck a robot.
Simply won't give up.
But why does he want to fuck her that bad? I just want to know the why. It's funny, this song has the exact same starting notes as the Danny Phantom theme song. He's a phantom. I got shot in the back of my ass with a boom. This one doesn't have a turret. Oh, we're gonna turtle here, and I'm gonna turtle here, and you're gonna do this. And I'm gonna bring out the magma cannon, and we're gonna smash, 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 smash. Smash, 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 and we're safe. And we're not safe. And we're safe. Yeah! I don't trust these motherfuckers. I knew they'd do some shit like that. Fucking Kaizo ass game.
You know, I was just bluffing earlier. I knew Ratchet would pull it off. So, about the cocktail jacuzzi thing.
He's still trying to get in her pants. Negro, she don't want you.
Oh, isn't that a shame? Team Darkstar's only escape has been cut off. Wonder how they'll get past this one.
They are on to us, Ratchet. Dread Zone has activated a force field blocking you from the supply ship. However, if you can capture the control nodes in that quadrant, I believe I can override the force field.
How would they be onto you when they sent you to here to die?
Sir, if we don't make it out alive, I just want to say it was an honor serving with you.
Thanks, Green. Ow. The bullet was invisible. Why?
Remember, don't try any of this at home. Go to a friend's house.
I must have to spacewalk. That's right, I do. Because I have to connect to the thing. And there's going to be a way for me to do so behind cover.
One thing about Ratchet, you give him any lip and he'll feed you a lead sandwich. You better believe that, Juanita.
Those small cases might be worth a small pittance, but they are not worth the frustration. Arbiter 8. None of that. None of that. He literally tried to throw it on me. Fusion Rifle 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, the juice is cold, and the generic brand X gelatin is definitely jiggling. What I want to know is how Ratchet uses the bathroom in that suit.
Kind of interesting how many MOBA-like things are in this game. That's because this game was designed to be multiplayer. You gotta remember that. It was designed to be multiplayer. None of that. I do not have enough Arbiter ammo for all of you. Yes, sir. We're not gonna repeat this mistake of the Tower of Power. Also, decent soundtrack on the ghost ship. It's the only few things keeping me sane as they hit me with that inundated bullshit. Like this inundated bullshit.
guys are hot. Did you feel that, Juanita?
Boss, I wasn't worried. Were you?
Yes, Big, I was very worried. My asshole's been clenched many a times.
Nothing's easy in Red Zone, baby. Team Dark Star thinks they have a clear escape, but come on, folks. We're not letting them go that easy. I mean, this whole battle course is intended to send them to the grave.
So why even give them a chance to compete?
It appears there is a 6-phase theta glyph encrypted force field blocking your escape. I am unable to crack the encryption from here. However, if you destroy the encryption computers that control the force
Camera
field,
moment.
that might short it out.
Sir, request permission to begin hacking.
Run, Ratchet, run!
Bypass complete. 2 orbs to go, sir. Almost there, sir. 1 more orb and that door's open.
This creature
Just
is
on the launcher
clearly
things.
much too dangerous to be set free. He must be destroyed.
This could be a setup, sir. Last thing we need is to get killed in some tragically ironic way.
Beep up, beep up, beep up. Fuck me running.
Okay, I'll admit it. That was tough. I'm gonna sweat release over.
He says it in only the way that Saffronet can stand. Dan Norris is a man that has a voice that does things to people, but the people have only ever heard him as Cosmo. Wonk, 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 wonk. I step too far forward and I get shot in the face for it.
Nobody knows the trouble I feel, and nobody feels my sorrow.
I'm just gonna shoot you in the face. I don't have the patience. Barrier's like 1 part high because the floor is raised.
Should have his own fitness machine, his own shoes, his own fat-burning barbecue.
But I thought you all wanted me dead. How can I have branding deals if you guys want me dead? Y'all on some YouTube shit right now.
You know, I gotta get me one of those battle suits, Juanita.
Burning the lava. Let them kill themselves on that. Shoot his chest, shoot his face, shoot his face again. What do you want me to do? Destroy shit? They can brand you after you're dead like Chadwick Boseman. No! I don't want to be Black Panther forever posthumously!
The impossible has been achieved! Team Darkstar has actually survived through the Ghost Station's infamous Gauntlet of Doom! It looks like it's all over. Or is it?
Ratchet, we must make sure they can never use this station again. Destroy the station's outer turrets and guard the power cores. Then, destroy the central core and bring the station down. We will deal with Vox.
Ouch. Shut the door. That's it. There we go. Please let there only be like 1 to 2 things left. Because now my brain blanks at this point. I don't remember what comes after destroy the ghost ship. I don't think you fight Gleeman blocks directly.
When you return.
Parents with impressionable children may want to turn off their holo sets now.
Children with impressionable parents may want to pretend they're watching the reading robot.
Not the reading robot. Certainly I can't do that. That's not what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for.
Time, Juanita. Let's just pray we don't have any more wardrobe malfunctions.
More importantly, now that I think more about that comment, how do you have a wardrobe malfunction as a robot and your clothes are literally your body? If they have wardrobe malfunctions because of that, doesn't that mean that the entire outfit was designed to be a malfunction on purpose? I don't personally think that Ratchet Deadlock is their attempt to be sardonic in nature. I think it was their means of attempting to try and do something evolutionary with Ratchet. It sounds like I'm countervailing you and I'm just disagreeing with different words. But the comedic nature of the tone of the behavior does not match the attitude that you would expect in the Ratchet and Clank franchise. For example, when Ace Hardlight dies, when you kill him, he acts like at some point in time he remembered the joy of being a hero, like he was apologetic for being a dick, when he was in fact not. Tries to hit Ratchet with the "don't let him do what he did to me to you." It's like, bro, you did it with glee. You murdered people from the back. It'd be one thing if it's like,
you did it, Ratchet. Now, come meet me back at our containment area. I have a plan.
It's not like he always killed enemies from the front and he always tried to put on the bravado of being a hero. This motherfucker went out of his way to do cantankerously evil shit just because he could. And then after, acted like, oh no, who will pray for me when I'm gone? Nobody. You probably killed everybody you loved.
Ratchet, I have found a way to shut down the containment fields and release all the heroes.
You're kidding. That's amazing.
He's had help.
Al? You're alive. They said your body was beyond repair.
No biggie. I got a new one. Check this out.
Whoa. Okay. So, what's the plan?
We have acquired schematics for the entire battle dome. There is a central computer on the control level that regulates power to the containment fields.
So what?
And we're just gonna ignore the fact that Al's now a fucking cyborg.
Blow it up, and the fields go down.
Okay, so how do I get to the control level?
I have reprogrammed the battle dome shuttle to take you there, but it is a one-way ride.
So is there anything that we're missing? Which apparently is nothing. It also means I should have access to the time bomb mod. Oh, it's Jadu. Attaches grenades to the target, which explode and send equal shocks people and locks. Industry purposely added time delay into this mod to improve ratings. Dreadzone fans love to watch commence fleeing terror from a fellow gladiator who is hit with the time bomb. Let's see here. Drops mines, electroshock. It's probably these two. And then with this one, also time bomb. Can't do those. Can't do those either. This is probably better. Okay, so the ones that have no explosive capacity, they can't use it. That's to be expected. The easy part was getting the brain out. The hardest part was getting the brain out.
Ratchet, when you are ready, you can take the shuttle to the battle dome's control level.
To the battle dome's control level. Where's the battle dome's control level? Oh, there we go. Tampering with the in-flight control systems is detected. In accordance with Gen 5 regulation, it will demonstrate on arrival to the battle dome. Should you choose to arrive at the battle dome, be behind you know, be transferred back. Please activate help with the battle dome now.
Clank, come in. Can you hear me? Something just doesn't seem right here. Not good.
Well, well, well! What have we here, Dreadzone fans? A contestant attempting to sabotage the battle dome? How exciting! If he succeeds, the rest of the contestants go free! But if he fails, I've wired the battle dome with 6 gigatons of nitroglycerin. If Ratchet doesn't disarm the detonator before time runs out, the battle dome will be blown into a trillion pieces!
That's insane!
Au contraire. If I was still on the battle dome, then it would be insane. But I happen to have a truly lovely view of the action from a remote location.
What about the thousands of fans in the battle dome? You gonna kill all of them, too?
Of course not! You are! Unless you shut your cake hole and get moving. Go on now. Your audience is waiting.
Al?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final episode of Dreadzone. Oh, God! We're all gonna die!
The mood is positively electric as the audience braces to find out if they will survive the next 10 minutes. I can't believe I'm reading this.
I had my whole life ahead of me. I was gonna be a ballet dancer.
Pull yourself together, you blabbering idiot!
Thank you, Juanita. Superstar contestant Ratchet faces his toughest challenge yet to deactivate the Battle Dome's formidable defense systems and defeat Gleeman Vox himself. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Ratchet for being such a great role model and a pillar of our community. If anybody can save us, it's you, Ratchet.
We're rooting for you, little buddy.
Hilarious. It's like antagonistic out of nowhere. Please save my ass. Please save my ass.
I realize I was leading you into another one of Vox's traps. There is still a way out, though. If you can destroy the 3 fusion generators on the control level, it will release the escape shuttles, and both the fans and the heroes will be saved. To bits any moment. Please hurry.
I am trying to hurry. That's half the reason why I'm dying.
Yes, Drill Sergeant! That's what I was trained for, sir!
Full heal. Ish. Ow. Ow! Why does that do so much damage? How is that fair? The problem here is that the time bomb is not helpful for what I need it to do. At least for this one. The ranged weapon can take it, the other one cannot. Every time I don't use the goddamn shit, I get punished for not using it. Yeah, that makes sense. Have a cash shout box right there.
Ratchet, the station will be blown to bits any moment. Please hurry.
Looks like it's only the Arbiter that has the delay. In any case. I feel better with that.
Come on, Ratchet, you can do it. If you can't, we'll all die.
Hey, boss, watch this. You can learn to take a drink. I need a medic.
Just gonna use the turret. Fuck them.
Excellent, Ratchet. Now, deactivate the second generator. But hurry, time is running out.
Tonight, on a very solemn episode of Dread Zone, everybody dies! Oh, no!
Dallas, you're embarrassing yourself.
Mommy, I don't want to go bye-bye.
Dallas, this is not the time! Oh, baby. You're a baby. Good baby.
Unfortunate. Another case example of if Carl tries to use natural cover, he gets his ass whooped. Nah, he's been trying to get in her pants the entire game. And then he starts breaking out like a bitch at the end. They all have collars.
Why? Oh, not me. I'm too pretty to die.
You won't, Dallas. No, straight on up. Look at you, crying on galaxy-wide hollow vision. You are a selfish man.
Thank you, Juanita. Your searing dose of verbal abuse was refreshing. I can't even tell you. Ooh, and the whole mommy-baby thing. Sexy. Baby needs a changin'.
Kara Norris, the man that you are. Ow. This is where we go for spread. Actually, probably going to use acid.
Ratchet, you are running out of time. The generators are overloading. Several escape shuttles are leaving the battle dome. Keep working, Ratchet.
That was weird. None of that. Lying pig. Back the cannon. And we now back are in the exact same situation of I don't have enough bullets for all of you.
That's what I was thinking.
Survival! This is very much a slog.
I suppose since we're all about to perish horribly, I should own up to a few things. First of all, Timmy Aberdeen, I'm the one who set your backpack on fire. I'm sorry you couldn't get it off in time. And Susie Binkleton, I was the one who put the Tyrannoid in your locker. Hey, I heard the therapy is going well, though. Chin up, kid! finally to you, Juanita, my dear, sweet Juanita. I apologize for the last 6 years of rude jokes, harassing innuendo, and all those friendly little pinches in the elevator. But who are we kidding? You love it!
I apologize for being a sex fiend. Actually, no, I don't.
Ratchet, can you pick up the pace, please? The station is seconds away from exploding.
Oh, sure, no problem, Clank. I'm just gonna go ahead and teleport the walls. Let me get on that and I'm gonna be right with you. And Juanita did not object to it. That is correct. And before the TikTok edit set to the sound of "And you wanna chew up on my bubblegum, and you wanna chew up on my bubblegum. I'm the kind of woman wanna take to your mama's house. Take to your mama's house." My order is get me fucking ammunition, soldier. Yet again, with another I don't have enough bullets for you all situation. I literally do not have enough bullets for all of you. It kind of sucks that they didn't have enough wherewithal or enough foresight to decide a challenge complete screen did not really befit the ending of the video game.
Well done, Ratchet. The containment fields are deactivated. The station is no longer on lockdown.
Good. Now get on a shuttle and get out of here.
Sorry, Ratchet. I am not leaving without you.
For the love of Blarg, cut out the sappy melodrama before you lose my entire audience. I've been waiting for this.
That's one crazy pet.
For a long time. I'm gonna give Dread Zone fans the finale they've been waiting for. It's a little one-act play I call Death of the Lombats.
Oh, Fox has some tricks up his sleeve. This is gonna be one heck of a match.
Considering that we die if Team Darkstar loses, that's an understatement.
Understatement, an undergarment, the underworld of professional mustache twirling, whatever it is, it's hot! Folks, I'm gonna break character for just a second and say, watch out! If you don't, we all die!
We'll see you in the reruns. And now, Ratchet's Destruction, brought to you by Gleeman Vox. Jackpot!
Ow.
This is
Ow.
great. Darkstar is toast. I might as well put my head between my legs and kiss my ankles goodbye.
Behold the miracle of holographic technology. The galaxy's greatest warriors, digitally rebroadcast for your destruction. You got a prize! Time to collect! Ah! That's all right. I always like close fights. Here you go, Ratchet. Meet some of your fans. Here's a little something I whipped up for the after party.
Well, I need something here. It's gonna be shock.
Oh no! This could be disaster for Team Darkstar. I put 500 bolts on this match.
You realize how fucking small 500 bolts is? You bet your life on 500 bolts? I've given a janitor over 100,000 plus in value over the course of what? 3 years? Every video game that happens, it's always the course of a year of time. So, 4 years. 4 years worth of content to this one janitor sewer plumber alone. Probably closer to like 400k bolt value. In exchange, of course. Let alone all the other people who've run me for my fucking pockets full of bolts. And you're gonna bet your fucking life on 500? Nigga, you are stupid.
Dallas, our lives hang in the balance, and you are gambling?
Exactly, Juanita! Exactly!
Oh, don't pretend like you care. You never cared! Oh, there we go! I popped a blood vessel again! Oh, all right, can somebody get me a tissue?
Here's a third act twist. The big bad guy just got bigger. This year on Dread Zone, an audience favorite, the giant mech.
I didn't see the shockwave coming. I also took damage against bots that I shouldn't let get close to me.
Hey, boss.
Let's do another take. Put some feeling into it.
Oh, looks like Fox has some tricks up his sleeve. This is gonna be one heck of a match.
Considering that we die if Team Darkstar loses, that's an understatement.
An understatement, an undergarment, the underworld of professional mustache twirling, whatever it is, it's hot.
You got a prize. Time to collect. I think we should re-up your contract. Here, talk to my lawyers. The show's over, Lombax. Thanks for playing. Ow! Nothing we can't tape over in post.
What post? What is this post you speak
The
of?
miracle of holographic technology. The galaxy's greatest warriors, digitally rebroadcast for your destruction. Let's do another take. Put some feeling into it. Nobody saw that one coming. It's called a twist.
Wanna go with acid?
We'll see you in the reruns.
Emergency heal?
Allow me to slip into something more comfortable. This year on Dreadzone, an audience favorite, the giant mech climactic battle.
I can't look! Is Team Darkstar dead? Dallas, what's happening? Dallas, what are you doing?
Nothing, just keep your eyes closed. Now!
And now, Ratchet's destruction, brought to you by Lehman Vox. Oh, it's good to be the boss. If I don't like someone, I just do this. Give the fans what they want. Die! Hey, Lunchbox, eat this!
Ow. Arena visibility is a bit of a problem. In any other game where it does add clearance like that, it kills everything. In here, it doesn't.
Here's a ratings booster.
Ugh.
Look out below!
Ah! That's all right. I always like close fights. Time for the season finale.
Can you stop going to the corner?
That's right. Take him out, Team Darkstar. Destroy him. Destroy his family. Make him cry into his next life. Yeah!
20 is wild, bruh.
I've never seen that before. Ladies and gentlemen, Juanita has eaten the cameraman.
Shit. Just found out one of your favorite bands dropped out of Rockville and you made the mistake of telling your friend you're going on Tuesday. What is Rockville?
My trigger fingers get itchy.
Oh, looks like Box has some tricks up his sleeve. This is gonna be one heck of a match.
Considering that we die if Team Darkstar loses, that's an understatement.
An understatement, an undergarment, the underworld of
Ow.
mustache twirling, whatever it is, it's hot.
Parental discretion is strongly advised. I think we should re-up your contract. Here, talk to my lawyers. Here comes the big guns.
Folks, I'm gonna break character for just a second and say, watch out! If you don't, we all die!
You son of a...
Suddenly now my diagonals don't want to work.
Behold the miracle of holographic technology. The galaxy's greatest warriors, digitally rebroadcast for your destruction. Parental discretion is strongly advised. There you go, Ratchet. Meet some of your fans. Show's over, Lombax. Thanks for playing.
Lord have mercy, please.
Here's a third act twist. The big bad guy just got bigger.
It ain't my fucking ammunition. Ugh. Why not reset me at the middle of the second phase of the fight? Why make me start all the way over to the beginning? Knowing damn well these enemies hit too goddamn hard.
An audience favorite, the giant mech climactic battle.
I can't look. Is Team Darkstar dead? Dallas, what's happening? Dallas, what are you doing?
Nothing. Just keep your eyes closed. Now!
Ouch! Time for the season finale.
Oh, this is great.
Killed by the Xers. Rockville is a music festival in your town. Cool. I don't know where you live, so.
You got a prize. Time to collect.
Oh, looks like Fox has some tricks up his sleeve. This is gonna be one heck of a match.
Considering that we die if Team Darkstar loses, that's an understatement.
An understatement, an undergarment, the underworld of professional mustache twirling, whatever it is, it's hot.
Fox News special report. Team Darkstar's about to be crushed. Time for the season finale.
Scorpion Flail. The downside of constantly dying is that the weapons are gaining experience, because I keep having to clear the same fucking hordes. Where was the balance in this fight?
And now, Ratchet's destruction, brought to you by Lehman Wax. Nobody saw that one coming. It's called a twist. Time to pump up the action.
Dallas, our lives hang in the balance, and you are gambling?
Oh, don't pretend like you care. You never cared. Oh, there we go. I popped a blood vessel again. Oh, all right. Can somebody get me a tissue?
Allow me to slip into something more comfortable. This year on Dread Zone, an audience favorite, the giant mech climactic battle.
I can't look. Is Team Darkstar dead? Dallas, what's happening? Dallas, what are you doing?
Nothing. Just keep your eyes closed. Now!
It's
The real question is, what the fuck is he doing when he's telling her to keep her eyes closed?
bomb time. Ow! Nothing we can't tape over in post.
I feel like I should have gotten hit there.
Here's a ratings booster. The only time you're gonna be seen again is in reruns.
Everybody saw that, right? No. My button was going straight to the corners, which is how I died the first time. It was not putting in my correct input. I don't remember. Ask me the day of. I'm trying to focus on winning this. I took a hit.
Look out below! Behold the miracle of holographic technology. The galaxy's greatest warriors, digitally rebroadcast for your destruction. Time for the season finale. You little rat. I should have popped your top 4 episodes ago. Hey, Lunchbox, eat this! It's bomb time!
I swear to fuck. Let me out!
Put some feeling into it.
Let me out! I had a lot.
It's over.
But I went for the confirmed route.
But it will be soon.
Destruct sequence initiated. 60 seconds until battle dome detonation.
The escape shuttles all left long ago. Now we'll both die together on live holovision. It'll be the best ratings I've ever had.
Even if I don't make it out of here alive, at least a lot of other heroes escape tonight.
Enjoy your pathetic idealism. For the last few seconds of your life. What?
Get in, Ratchet. There is no time remaining.
Just a sec.
Grabs the fucking pen. He's like, just wait a second. I gotta make sure I get the pen out of here.
Hold still, Ratchet.
Check out that explosion! That was awesome! Let's do it again! Move! It's my turn to look!
No, it's my turn, you little brats. Get out of here. Don't you know how to respect your elders, Ow! Did you see what she just...
What? This was the last shuttle. What else could I do?
Hey, I fixed the comlink. We've got incoming calls.
Ratchet, Clank! Hey, it's Kid Nova. What can I say? I thought I was a goner back there. I owe you guys big...
Why are you standing like you guys are on fucking screen in Crash Bandicoot vision?
Ah, well, Aquatos is nice this time of year.
Well, why not?
More calls coming in.
Ratchet, Clank, it's me, Captain Quark. There's a nasty rumor going around about heroes being kidnapped, but don't worry, it's baloney. I mean, come on. Nobody came to capture me, right? Just imagine making a show about galactic heroes without Captain Quark. Ha! Well, anyway, you guys missed the last 3 meetings of the Quark Cadets fan club. But don't worry, I've got extra copies of the newsletter, and I even saved some of the snacks. Hope you like custard.
Is my screen frozen? No. They just didn't have... I don't know. I think it was designed to be played in 30 FPS, so it ran out of space. And then Nefarious.
Lawrence, what's going on? You said we were coming within range of a space station.
Well, we were, sir. How was I to know it would suddenly explode?
Oh, Janice. It's been so long. Too long. Say you'll never leave me again for that nasty villain, Engelbert.
You make me feel like a young boy again.
Yeah, what? Even back then, they were doing the drop to Bridget on him. And unfortunately, the game did not even have the ability to do what it wanted to do, which was to have a screen to put on before fucking challenge mode. Choosing yes returns you to the beginning of the game with all your current experience and items. Choosing no sends you to just before the final battle, as though it never happened. And as we remember, we make a save file for the reset. And I mashed the start button frequently. I said I smashed the start button frequently. Should drive fly faster. The consequences emulation indeed.
All right, Ratchet. Your movement circuit should be in working order now. Try getting to the top of that ledge.
We've arrived at the back, guys. Alright. In full, starting from 1, Ratchet and Clank. Beloved mascot franchise. Quite literally, the majority of most of the humor that most movie games attempt to insert, usually very poorly into their games, started with it and Sly Cooper and Jack and Daxter. To use the other two, we'll speak of them in proxy, until somebody decides to request me to play those ones. Preferably Sly Cooper first. Ratchet and Clank 1 starts the writing of humor and world building with back and forth, time period, established continuity context. In comparison to South of Midnight, the drastic, sheer depth of character that we have lost over time, I directly blame on the movie game industry. Because during no point of South of Midnight did we get even throwaway jokes worthy of the humor that we've gotten from all 4 games. Moving from Ratchet and Clank 1 to Ratchet and Clank 2, the game design in terms of combat, puzzles, and adventure in terms of things you can actually find, increased, but the annoyance of the particulars of the sheer dearth of content that was available increased in size and scope, to the point of tedium. Some puzzles, some gadgets, worse and better than others. Some completely superfluous because they only existed to extend and drown out the bloat of the game. This is where Ratchet and Clank gets its legs. It defines itself for what it wants to be, and what it wants to be is it wants to be run-and-gun combat. If it wouldn't be for the fact that I guess they were in a bidding war with each other, that Jack and Daxter and Ratchet and Clank would not also evolve into the arena of using guns for combat, the combat would slowly improve from 1 to 2 in a drastic leap, then decrease and become worse over time from 2 to 3. In terms of combat, all 4 games inclusive, even including Deadlocked. Deadlocked has the best gunplay potential, the best strafe lock, the best camera control. In terms of Ratchet & Clank 1, it had simplistic combat that made it straightforward what you wanted to do with your weapon, and you were not concerned about experience or levels or tacked on JRPG and RPG formats of weapon leveling and health bar leveling. Because it's based on currency, your ability to increase your defense was just you, the tools you found, and that was it. Inside of Deadlocked, it's very comparable to Ratchet & Clank 1. You don't worry about armor upgrades. Your armor is upgraded, air quote, over time, and I'm pretty sure there's no difference in armor upgrade because you just take more damage. Now granted, I was playing on 2-star difficulty, which is 1 level below the 4-star difficulty, which is 2 levels below the 5-star difficulty. But in terms of difficulty, the combat was never truly hard, just annoying. And the design of combat, it evolved from 1 to 2 to 3, then de-evolved going back to 4. Because in increasing the amount of depth of customization in the Omega and Alpha mods, it returned it to a simplistic level of gameplay design comparable to the Gunmetal Gray days of browser games that many of us should be familiar with if you were born in the year between 1994 to 2001. The entire of the Spear decided to push in the direction of what effectively became a milsim. In terms of South of Midnight, they are not affected by that particular design, but in terms of cookie-cutter, bad, deteriorating combat, the combat inside of South of Midnight was reused garbage. It tried to be 5 different genres of video game at once, along with the puzzle and combat systems of 3 other ones, along with the traversal, and I put traversal in air quotes, traversal system of Prince of Persia and Rayman, and failed at most of them. To the point of using Rayman extension as a fucking glorified flight simulator section. Meanwhile, in Ratchet & Clank, while maneuverability and explorability was based on whether or not there were puzzles to find, and there were no puzzles inside of Deadlocked, none to the point where it's as simple as a hacker or a press Y to use here tool. You had world building, running gags, jokes, and the slowly over time, much more clear in 3, much more obvious in 4, hysterical writing that Insomniac and Naughty Dog would become known for with their quips. Compared between the game it was used to build and the game that it was, these, while a trip down memory lane, clearly made it bleh. Okay, now how much to get you to play Sunset Overdrive after all of the content backlog? I want to play Expedition 33. I want to play Expedition 33, Alex. Another time. In sheer terms of all of the material that most of these games were taken from in order to put into the mechanics of South of Midnight, the overall exploration, there was no exploration. In terms of the exploration on all the other planets, because this is a franchise that had a mathematic that told you where the secrets were, but only towards the back of the half of the game, the explorability was top-notch from Ratchet & Clank 1. Pretty much all the explorability and the potential for explorability was really, 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 really good. In terms of what they were trying to do, there were way too many things to collect in terms of a collectathon. Jak and Daxter is clearly the collectathon title, whereas Ratchet & Clank is much more of a simulation of God of War. You did say after. I don't know. I don't have a number at this time, and I want to calculate a number, because I need to go prepare dinner after I'm done talking. in terms of voice acting, I think it is, by our modern definition, mid. By a modern definition, mid. I don't say that to insult any of the actors in question. Not any of them across all four games. I say it's mid because by our standards, some of the people who were involved in these projects have gone on to be the actual fucking terrors that have made voice acting into a mid-level phantasmagoria. But in terms of the productions and the talents and the performances they got out of the actors they had involved in these projects, many of the character actors, whom which you can simply just look up Google and IMDb their names, many of them sold their job 100% straight. 100% straight. Straight hard dick. The entire way through. James Arnold Taylor carrying, Jim Ward carrying, and outside of that, pretty much straightforward, everything you need to know. In terms of the dialogue of Deadlocked, which I already complained about earlier, and yesterday, the sheer amount of voice acting talent that is in this, those talents would go on to be a part of the movie game industry by large, and many of them already had, like, hands in TV and radio drama, like Darren Norris. So, when they were doing bit parts and or having to carry the load of doing multiple voices, which many of them did multiple voices, that's just you know, it's just great. It's just wonderful. All in all, what we can clearly see, comparing between the game I'm comparing it to, and the games as what they are, as straightforward as they can be on a single playthrough. Ratchet & Clank clearly provides the tone that allows for children, as we were at the time, to just simply enjoy them and ignore the more difficult, annoying, egregious, and cantankerous parts of game design. Like the Yetis, and what I just played through. And really, you take it with a grain of salt. We have been spoiled by the fact that we've had better titles that have come through. There's a reason why it was a part of the Platinum Collection. But truly, it is 1,000 times better playing through all four of these games than playing through South of Midnight. Because while I could have several different conversations like we have had through the entirety of this trek, funded directly and entirely out of the pocket of Alex Dragoon, I would just be screaming at the top of my lungs like I was in the back half and at the end of South of Midnight. It cannot be understated. I would rather be annoyed with something that then makes me try harder and try to understand what I did wrong, blame myself when I know that I'm in wrong, blame the game when I can see and show everyone that it's clear bullshit, then be constantly annoyed, trying desperate to make conversation to distract myself from how ass the game I'm playing is. And firmly when the game gives us few moments of respite by actually being funny, like the catfish, and when he called her outfit whack. That is what it's all about. That's what it's all about. It doesn't have to be anything more than that. Yeah, acid reflux. Anyways, that's all I got. Let me catch up to the chat. Kind of how I'm feeling about God of War at this point. I don't think I'm beating 3 by my deadline. I mean, it's your deadline. You can extend it or you can simply stop playing at that point. This game is more of a level game than a collection. I don't know what you mean by level game more than a collection. Or you mean collectathon. No, you meant to type collectathon. You missed an L! This game is more of a level game than a collectathon. Ratchet & Clank 1 through 3 was a collectathon. Realistically, in order to classify something as a collectathon, you need to have at least 1 to 2 things to collect. Inside of Ratchet & Clank 1 through 3, you had bolts to collect. Specifically hero bolts. Every single bolt was connected to something that had to do with the extension of your weapons becoming specialized. In the first game, it was the gold bolts. In the second game, it was the platinum bolts. In the third game, it was the titanium bolts, as well as other things that could then be turned in for money. Namely, in 2, it was collecting all of the crystals in the desert to then trade for bolts, collecting all the moonstones in Snowfield to collect for bolts, alongside the forced things necessary for you to actively collect. It was collecting all of the platinum bolts in order to unlock the skins, as well as the ability to then afford the chance to change your weapons into mega versions. I don't count the skill points because in terms of collecting skill points, those are more like challenges, but that's extra content for people who wish to then take advantage of the extras menu, which, at least for the artwork, which I always feel is worth it, was another thing to collect, air quote. In Ratchet & Clank 3, they reduced the amount of tedium of crystals and reduced it to simply the sewer crystals, as well as then adding the trophies, some of which, including the the titanium bolts, were hidden very clearly in plain sight. But something that was very clear with the level design and with planet design is that they spent a lot more time trying to go back to the first level design of Ratchet & Clank 1, which I'm now going to append by calling them RC1, RC2, RC3, RC4. In RC1, you had puzzles that had you actively trying to go to places that you would have not thought was possible for you to go to. Paying attention to edges of the map and boundaries of the map that you would have not expected for there to be access towards. Because, until you had the Map-O-Matic, why would you have revisited the planet? You would have assumed you already knew what it was, but once you saw that there was bolts that you were missing, and you had that Map-O-Matic from the Gadgeton headquarters, you would then go back, re-explore the worlds, and then collect all these bolts to then go back into challenge mode, do it again, and purchase the equipment and the weapons. In its way, even though the combat was made worse by the design of using RPG elements to change the definition of your expectation, you still have weapons in their final form that you could collect through RC2 and 3. Between the fact that in RC2 it was an entire bar full of experience, and in RC3 it was effectively 4 plus 5 bars of experience to get the finalized weapon, and then whatever it would then be purchased for as an upgrade, which I don't think they'd actually use the titaniums to upgrade the weapon in there. It was only used for the skins. But I didn't buy any to investigate. Somebody can double check that and then talk about it in the chat if they wish. You still had the ability to collect weapons and then collect the bolts to buy the weapons. But you were being given a job, air quote, job, to find the bolts. And level design was affected, and exploration was directly affected by how they spent their time hiding said loot, said collectibles. The collectibles from 1, near perfect, and with that one planet on Roxxon, mildly tedious, but still exciting and fun. Done completely within the playthrough without needing to double back for a cleanup. Even though I did do it for 1, but I didn't do it for 2 and 3. Moving to RC2, you had a little bit better design because you had more willingness to really use the frame of the architecture of the level to hide what you were looking for, and to really take your time with all the side content that really created more opportunities for you to take a part in. However, from RC2 to 3, the level design went out the fucking window because of the crunch. Same thing with RC4, right out the goddamn window. You had minimal exploration of that which you did have, effectively delineated directly to the side minigames that did exist, the vid comics, which in their own selves, even though you needed to play them in order to advance the story in certain places for vid comic 4 and vid comic 5, you spent more time going back and forth and doing what would have been considered side content in a Crash Bandicoot game as a method to advance the plot forward, and then doing the mission again to get bolt missions that then gave you a side reward that you didn't necessarily have to have. one of the most important ones being the ones left on Metropolis, when you return back to a galaxy that you had long since left. And yet, everything is just splayed wide the fuck open. Because that's how badly they couldn't be able to hide the collectibles that you had available. The trophies themselves were superfluous to being hidden. Because what's the fucking point? It felt half as good and twice as empty compared to RC2. Then, moving from 3 to 4, Ratchet Deadlocked effectively just exists as a combat game with guns, and that's it. It's the first that we see of a difficulty slider in the game. None of the other games had difficulty sliders. They were made difficult by having actual challenge, not made difficult by justification of a slider that provided an easier time and an easier difference. It would have still been annoying and tedious by the conditions that they put in their challenges, which they were better about this inside of Ratchet 1 than they were in 4. But that's my opinion. I went to school for game design. I have a lot of opinions to give. Ultimately, some of them were dog shit, some of them were mid, and some of them were just tedious, some of them were annoying, and some of it was busy work, especially considering the amounts of money it took to buy the bolts. Unfortunately, I was not able to take advantage of some of the save data features, because the save data features require you to have save data from before the end of the game. And if you have data for challenge mode, it doesn't count if you haven't gotten past a certain point, which is weird. But it is what it is. All in all, I would always suggest the person be willing to emulate something comparative to a modern video game than paying the fucking money out the door. But we certainly got our time and got our enjoyment out of South of Midnight, because now we've basically played something that is considered, or as I'm considering, the rigature and the structure of its bones that gave it the musculature to even get up and do the shit that it claimed it wanted to do. Final scoring. I rate it a nostalgia out of 10. Like Super Mario 64, the levels may have been level-specific objectives, such as win the race against the Coopers, but you could enter a level with an objective, but still complete Objective E. We talked about that yesterday when I talked about hub levels. The biggest problem is that in the terms of Ratchet and Clank, it was always technically using the galactic map as a hub level. And then you have all these different objectives that are necessary with material. Is Rift Apart going to be a part of it? No. Because I don't want to play Sam Max's video game. I want to play Expedition 33. Anyways, the hub levels, as they would exist in a normal game with a hub level and subdivisions to have game content within them, Ratchet & Clank is very much on rails, the same way that South of Midnight is on rails. It just so happens to be that it has a lot more replayability. Whereas there is no replayability to South of Midnight, because there's no challenge to South of Midnight. What's the challenge supposed to be? Getting the rest of the achievements? Meaningless goalposts that just existed to have the justification to have Steam card achievements and trading cards on the Steam Marketplace? That's not meaningful. That's ass! Not to mention, what are you going to replay about the combat? There are at least things replayable about the combat, even in Ratchet & Clank 1, that for RC1 to RC4, you can justify doing a revisit. Meanwhile, South of Midnight expects you to sit there, go through an empty, barren world where I can't explore any secret. And any, quote, secret that I find, it's not secret, it's game lore. You expect me to go through your empty as fuck world and experience the lore of your backstory, and it's just read about the racism behind this character, read around the racism behind this character, read about the racism behind this character, read how your grandmother is responsible for the racism that this character did to this character, and the racism that then affected that character. At the very least, inside of Ratchet & Clank, there is functional, robot, antagonistic, humanoid racism. There is an alien desperate to get into the pants of his robot counterpart. who then watches him get his shit kicked in by 3 kids that feel like they belong in an alien edition of Backyard Baseball. At the very least, you have a running joke in the universe with a nerd that now has been permanently altered and disfigured because he got kidnapped alongside, effectively, a living talking cat and a robot. And in that universe, containing all these planets and these solar systems that they belong to, there is at least the backbone that allows them to have continued this on for as long as they did, going into the Ratchet & Clank Future Series, and then revisiting again with a collection to recollect the original trilogy / the redux of the collection, and then attempting to redo Ratchet & Clank again for a movie franchise to get energy going into making Rift Apart. Meanwhile, 5, 10 years from now, who's revisiting South of Midnight? Who's going to go into the Midnight Cinematic Universe? It makes you want to fall off your horse and break your neck. But you know, that's the modern game industry. And god damn it, if we're going to play something, we're going to play something that's entertaining to us, not something that's going to frustrate the piss out of us. Granted, I usually try to finish things that I set out to do, and we did indeed finish South of Midnight. But that didn't mean that I liked it, dude. At the very least, when I play Ratchet & Clank and they say jokes and humor, I don't feel a burning hatred in my soul because I know that this is what white people think my culture looks like. I can play Ratchet & Clank and I can be not offended because there's too many jokes flying off the wall. How am I going to be offended? Alright, boys. Alright, boys. It is time for me to go, for I must now serve dinner. And then I will return again like I did last night after I've served dinner. And see what kind of trouble I can get into. Unless I don't. In which case, I will see you all tomorrow. Albajon, everyone. Albajon. Good night. Bon nuit to you all. Spay and neuter your pets. And remember, don't let your kids play modern movie games. Ouch. And make sure the 2 of you that I did mention say, remind me on your own time about said things. Because I will definitely forget. Ankles. Ankles. And remember, everyone, I love you all equally. I will see you all later. Goodbye, everyone. I will be reading you in the funny papers. And I will be billing you all for my therapy. Or actually, no. The therapy for this was actually billed by somebody else. So your bill has been paid in full for now. And then we shall return to the J RPG. And remember, by buying, playing, and consenting to watching Expedition 33, you agree that you will not tell horrible French jokes and slurs against the French people for at least a month. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.